Let me explain her ass. I cannot text. Well, it's on PS4 as well. It's on Switch, PS4, PS5. Well, it's basically the PS4 version. I'm just playing it on my PS5. Yeah, you get the Castlevania Advance Collection, so you get all 3 Castlevania games. You also get the Rondo of Blood, I think, as an extra. So, yeah, if you want a cheaper way of getting those games, legitimate way, you know, and it's available digitally only, but... Oh yeah, it's definitely... I kind of wish it was out when I started playing the other Castlevania games, because those were absolutely fantastic. So playing on an actual, you know, the console versus the emulated versions, I would have done for sure. So yeah, definitely gonna be playing the last one at least on that. So all right, set the timer. Let's continue on. Let's go see what's in the boat. East Indra Shore. Look, it's Minardi's ship. Fancy. Doesn't look like they sailed here, though. Yeah, it's definitely not a game that's going to be pushing whatever console it's on, so... I mean, you can definitely play it on Switch without any sort of slowdown. Hey, Empress Chronicle. One of your favorite games? It's a great game so far. It just kind of sucks that they split up the Golden Sun games into 2 games back in the day. Of course not. They were killed at the lighthouse, weren't they? You think you could have drifted here? No. Who else could have come here to be here, Felix? If we had the thingy Satyros had, we could just take their boat. For all we know, the orbs at the bottom of the sea with them. Well, there's no point in hanging around here all day. Let's go see about finding ourselves a ship we can use. I want to use this one. I need the thingy. Must find the thingy. Nope. Need the frozen here too. Although, what can I really do with frozen right now? Even if I did use that, it wouldn't really give me access unless it somehow grows a vine on it too. Sail it! Nothing. 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 Doors held closed by a powerful force. Alright, so obviously there's gonna be some sort of treasure inside of those boxes. Just don't know how I'm supposed to... Even if I, like, raise that pillar, how would I even get to it? Unless I can push it after I raise it. Either way. Alright, I'm gonna mute the mic for a bit so I can know I'm away. Oh, right here. Duh. Either way, can't freeze it yet. Let me just write that down, so once I do get the freeze spell. could totally read that. This now summon Zagan. Summon Zagan, 1 Venus and 1 Mars standby Jinn are needed. Fancy. I'll have to try that out. Guess I could try it out next battle. Mars is fire, right? Venus is water? Which one's water? It's a fog or breath. Excuse me. Is there a way of like seeing all the Jinn? Like what's what? Jinn list select. Still doesn't help me. I'm assuming Venus is water, which is blue. Venus is Earth? Okay, there we go. Wasn't sure. Didn't want to pull up the manual. It's like I figure we'll eventually figure it out by trial and error. I mean, Mars is fire for sure. When you think of Venus, you think of water for some reason. I don't know. Like Earth, I would think of like... I don't know what I would think of for Earth. Like Luna? like Gaia? Gaia would be Earth, right? Something like that. It's gonna be a very dead rat. Good thing she missed. Okay, good. Didn't kill the rat before we got Zagan off. Fancy. 66 damage. I know, right? Well, like, isn't Gaia basically like the... kind of the equivalent for Earth? Luna for the moon, of course Mars, Mercury, all that stuff. This game is hard to play with one hand. While eating pizza. If you want to dash anyways, I could just walk normally, but... Let's gotta hold down one button with my thumb. Should go see what's over here first. Oh, I can go there. It's a town or something over here. It's weird how rats are tougher enemies than friggin' mini goblins. It's like the first enemy you fight in like any sort of MMO. Or any sort of RPG, Western RPG anyways. Oh. There we go, found a Djinn. I hope I didn't miss any Djinn. I forgot they're just like random encounters. I have to revisit some of these other places, aren't I? Damage. Cure well. Why would I want to cure a well? Impair. This one is kind of in the middle of no. Like, usually, the Djinn are usually kind of like obvious dead ends. Like, this one was just middle of a freaking forest. Like, it'd be very easy to miss that one. Like, places like over here or something like that, you know, this would be logical places to find a Djinn. Although I guess to get to the temple, I mean, I would have had to travel all the way here. Like, places like here. You know, like there's... Yeah, pretty much. I remember, like, the first one I found all the Djinn in the first game, but like a lot of the overworld Djinns were in pretty obvious places. Like, you would go to, it'd be like a big path leading to nothing. So it's like, alright, well, there's probably a Djinn here, because, I mean, what else is there, right? And sure enough. So it's kind of obvious. I mean, this one here, I mean, if I didn't find that as a random encounter, I never would have expected to find a Djinn here. It's super not obvious. Yeah, she gets shitty abilities instead. Goes to Brute. Goes to Apprentice, she goes to Seer. Seer gets a bunch of good stuff. Sorry. Goes to Swordsman, she goes to Seer. Swordsman gets like nothing. Thorn and Cure Potion. sacrifice a whole bunch of shit. Or I can keep it the way it is for now. Let's do that. If I get towards the end of the game, or at the end of the game, and then feel like I'm just definitely missing some dudes, then I might consider it. Just for completionist's sake. Meantime, I'm just gonna... I mean, it's not like you need them to beat the game or anything. It's just the completionist in me. Just the, say, the overworld ones, like the ones inside of dungeons, or especially since I'm kind of noting down anytime I find places I need to use special moves that I don't have yet, I'm definitely noting those. But like that one there, I mean, just middle of a forest, like a path you just normally took. I mean, unless you do a bunch of grinding in each area and hope you run into one. Oh, yeah, that's one thing I wouldn't do, is turn a void on. I mean, I guess I got lucky in that case. Gonna win cliffs. Okay, we definitely need frozen here. We've been found. You want to fight, punk? No one said anything about fighting yet. We haven't done anything to you. If you think we did, then prove it. We kicked their ass anyways. Hey, we're just here to finish what you guys started, okay? You guys are the ones who rammed into our continent, and don't you forget it. I'm from, Kibombo. It's, nice to meet you. Hey, we're just out here to, camp, yeah. You want good camping, go to Indra. We're just here to, you know, see the sights and stuff. Yeah, I wonder if there'd be, like... Because, like, maybe you're avoiding, like, the low-level stuff, and since they're higher level, if anything's gonna be encountered, it's gonna be the, it's gonna be them kind of thing, right? Our friends from Kimbombo are coming soon. When they get here, we'll all come say hello. What nice people, they're gonna come say hi. Right, well, nothing else here. Can we use the lash without getting close to it? I doubt it. I mean, if I did, what am I gonna... Can't get up there. Yep, can't do anything until we get frozen. That thing that lets us dig in soft ground, obviously we need to use here with that dogo. Whoa! Okay, feels like, see, like this spot here, that's kind of a dead end with nothing really around it. This feels like a place you would probably have... Because, like, what else is here? Like, this just goes to something that has nothing, right? So, this would be the most logical place to find a Jinn. Control. One of these things are weak to fire. You... It's not weak to it. Still not dead? Jeez. Let's try like 2 more encounters, if not, then... No, I'm just trying to see if there's a, this Jinn here. So we have kind of like this dead-end area, which, you know... Usually when you see a dead-end area in this game, you're like, okay, well, there's a good chance that Jinn is probably hanging out here. No tips. Who needs to save time? So the only thing is, I'm not sure if, like, let's say, like, I'm not sure if, let's say, the forest would be a specific place, or would they hang out, like, in just, like, does the spot I'm in make a difference? Let's say they were spawned in this area. Like, would he only, let's say there was a Jinn here, like, would he only show up in, like, this spot here, or would he show up over here, or it wouldn't matter as long as you're, like, in roughly the right area. Okay, well, I think I've had enough encounters in this area anyways, so... I mean, there's a good chance this whole area might have had that last one we found there, what was his name? Iron? So, there's a good chance, you know, maybe Iron would have spawned here, but because we got him, like, a little further this way, I can't see them putting that many Jinn in, like, a small area like this, so... I wish you can kind of zoom in on this big map. Like another area here, like this, just kind of like long thing that goes to nothing. It's always the best place to look for Jinn to spawn. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. I remember having to do that a lot with the first game too. Yeah, there's a lot of running around in Golden Sun 1 and 2, just trying to find all the Jinn. Like, obviously, we got an Earth one, so there's obviously not going to be another Earth one in this area, but it's a good chance if we got an Earth one, there's probably going to be a Water one, or a Fire one, or... We just got yeah, the first one we found was an Earth one, so we're kind of... But I remember in the first game, they didn't do that. Like, you would think, like, okay, well, I found an Earth one first last time, so it's most logical that I find an Earth one first this time. In like this next batch of them, but sometimes you get like you'll get like 2 water ones in a row kind of thing if you find them all in like order kind of thing, right? But you're very unlikely gonna find another Earth one before you find like a fire, water, and like I'm never gonna find a third Earth one of these if I don't find another water and another fire, another air one. So if I find another Earth one, then without finding one of each of those other ones, and almost guaranteed I missed something. Gotta find all the Jinn, all of it. Still can't find a tonic to save Saved my life, though. Alright, so yeah, let's go back to that town we saw, which I didn't actually go into, so it didn't trigger on my map. Well, it's an action RPG. Practically all the Castlevanias post Symphony of the Night are kind of action RPGs. It's fantastic games too. I mean, they're Metroidvanias, hence, you know, the Vania and the Metroidvanias, but you know, they have level up systems, they have, like, you know, they have experience, they have equipment. These rats are tanky as hell. Anything else over here? Where's this go? Oh. Medra Drawbridge. If you want to cross here, you'll need permission from the town elder. Without permission, you ain't gonna cross this bridge no matter what. Fine. Medra. Pluck those strings. Bling, 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 bling. Can read the epitaphs. You picked the wrong time to come to Madra. Had disasters, pirate attacks, all sorts of nonsense. Town Elder is getting pretty elderly. Hope he's okay traveling out there. There's a ladder over there. You coming through here? Sure. Yeah, well, we're working in the hole right now, so until we're done here, you're gonna have to enter Metro through the gates. The Champa dug this hole when they raided our town. There is more to it. Holy Dug uncovered a cave that runs all the way under the town. Yeah. The encounters are definitely a little better. You there, hold your ground. What seems to be the trouble? Just wait there. Don't look like they're Champa. I agree. Sorry for the delay. You may pass. What were you checking us for? Our town was sacked by pirates. They'd come to free their leader, Briggs. They came from the east, a small party, and we repelled them with ease. But then foreigners struck from the west, exploiting a weak point near our prison. That's over now, though. Feel free to relax and enjoy your time here safely. All of interest shifted and collided with Osenia. Everyone's talking about it. As if dealing with invading pirate soldiers wasn't enough. These are rough times. We don't have nearly enough people to help us. There's no way those pirates are coming back. Not after Indra slammed into Osenia. I can hear what... I hear you can even walk over there if you want. It's so weird that we can just walk to Osenia now. Crazy, crazy world. PogChamps. PogChampas. If I could walk to Osenia, I'd like to see Ayers Rock, out near Garrow. I've always wanted to see Ayers Rock, but Garrow is such a long way away. I thought the Champa could have come up with that plan on their own. I'm not even sure that strange boat we found up north was even theirs. It's not like the Champa to plan out elaborate strategies. I think 2 raids are entirely coincidental. Those Champa's curs dug a hole here to sneak into Madra. To think, it was just a decoy so they could break into the prison. What a crazy plan. Champa must have known exactly where Briggs was. How did they know the layout of their town? I mean, if they knew where he was, wouldn't they have just dug the hole to the prison? Catacombs. Yeah, none of that now, Gargrimmer. Hello over there. An elixir. Every time I see elixir, I think like, ooh, it's an elixir. No, it's a shitty version of the elixirs. Yeah, let's go finish checking out the town before we go into this dungeon. Welcome to our inn. 12 coins. 12 coins! One thing's for sure, this game, like, once you start getting money, money is not a concern. Hope this Champa don't come back for a rematch. Oops. No one was safe from the Champa, not even innocent women. I should learn to defend myself. New land bridges between the continents should bring more business. Earthquakes, pirate attacks, what a week. Our inn is quite safe. The Champa themselves couldn't fight their way in. Nope. Why can't I read her mind? Actually, I think it was just that the Champa knew that we didn't have anything worth stealing. I wonder how they knew. Pot of masala tea is boiling on the stove. It's full of milk and it has a very nice sweet smell. It's driving me crazy. Driving me crazy. I'm glad my partner and I weren't injured when the Champa attacked. We were fine because our karma is good. Only people with bad karma get hurt, I'll bet. Slept right through the pirate raid. It's too bad, too. Would have given those pirates a thumping of a lifetime. Uh-huh, sure. Hiding under my bed the whole time. I'm not about to tell him that. Heading to Tolby. I hear there's a tournament there called Colosso. I'm Morgan, and this here is Decca. We're gonna compete. We're gonna win. Gladiator, who takes the prize in Colosso, earns quite a reputation as a warrior. Mercenaries get a lot more jobs when they've got good reputation. Hey, if you see a gladiator named Isaac, give him a message for me. If he's thinking about going to Colosso this year, he doesn't stand a chance of winning. We fought in Colosso last year, but we lost to a Weasley little kid named Isaac. We're after revenge. We've been on a risky journey to increase our fighting strength. How long ago did the... I mean, doesn't this basically take place... Why is he staying in my head? Doesn't this take place basically around the same time as the end of Golden Sun 1? Like, when did Isaac win this Colosso event? These guys are like, oh, it's like last year we lost. Like, it couldn't have been that long ago, right? Unless Golden Sun 1 took like a lot longer. Like, did that take place over the course of a year in game or something? Champa were swarming over the village, but I screamed like the Dickens and scared them off. That's true. When I saw those Champas, I was so surprised they let out a yelp. Must have been startled them because they all ran away. Alright, let's see what we got here. Good. Merc unleashes Merc Magic Rod. Both the girls are getting an upgrade from this. Stuff's still the same except for the axe. This isn't as good as our cart axe. Alright, so she gets like 9 points, or 8 points I should say, and she gets less. There. Sure. I want to fix my broken herb. It's only for, like, usable items, right? Like, if I use this to unleash this Merc thing, then it could break. Although, no, it probably just uses automatically, because Stone Justice just, like, automatically casts its... We'll learn Briggs' whereabouts from the captured Champa. That inventor got wounded in the attack. She's still recovering. I don't think her boyfriend will ever forgive that man in the jail cell. The chip on this cell looks a bit pale for a pirate. I thought pirates were supposed to be all tan and leathery. What do you got? We're all out of the stock. It's a lot of shit. Bracelet. Hats, circlets, leather boots. What? No game ticket? Yeah, everybody's fully geared up. More crap I want to sell. Give this stuff to other people. Oh yeah, we have that sword we can sell. Oops. I need to use that just to get it out of my inventory. Because of course it's going to stay in my inventory forever. Look, we just had the gear you need. What, no rarities? Boo. No. I don't know what it is, and I wouldn't use it if I did. Those lousy Champa. Next time I see them, they'll be the only ones with bruises. Briggs and his men are horrid. Imagine hitting a woman. When I think about it, I just get so angry. My sister were hurt when the Champa attacked. She's recovering, and I sure hope Shin gets the guy who did it. Wow. I think I got a bone bruise. I hate those. A bone bruise? After the Champa opened jail cells, they came over here. All of us merchants grabbed our own swords and started fighting. Hate bruising my bones. Madra and Alhofro, often Orsenia, have a long history together. Alhofro is a thriving seaport up on the northern coast. Alhofro has long been a trade partner with Madra. We should go there one day. It's just an easy trip from North Orsenia. All the chaos everywhere here has clean forgotten about Alhofro. Sure, it's all the way in Orsenia, but they're bound to have a boat or two. Wait a second, I'll bet Briggs is headed to Alhofro. Of course, that'd be the place to go if you were looking for a boat. I thought Briggs was still in this town. Didn't they say they failed to, like, free him from the brig? Briggs from the brig? Briggs the brigand from the brig? Tandoori chicken, Madra. It's cooked on the bone. It's one of those dishes they're famous for. Oh. Eyes shining in the darkness. No, go away. It's a little Easter egg there, I guess, Camelot. Shining in the darkness. A big wave moved the whole continent of Indra to the south. Now we're sandwiched between two continents of Gondwan and Orsenia. A big wave can move a whole continent of Indra. Does that mean all of Indra is just floating on the water? It's like all three continents got together and formed a supercontinent. It's like Pangea. Now Madra is pinned between two continents. People from Gondwan can walk here to visit. What fun! The boat that ran aground in the cove out east looks like a normal ship, almost. But I'm not sure a boat like that can even sail. It don't even have any oars. How does it move? I don't get it. They say the boat belongs to the Champa, but I keep telling them that boat looks like no Champa ship I've ever seen. The boat's far sturdier and far more sleek than any Champa could build. Let's check every box. Did you come here over the Deccan Plateau? Yeah, must have seen a boat grounded near the cave, right? Nah. You didn't? Weird. I wonder if it drifted away. Who was it that told me the Champa boat was damaged? Doesn't matter, but I bet Briggs went to Orsenia to find himself a new boat. Here was the Champa boat, and on it they found an unconscious Champa. So they nabbed him, of course, and they tossed him in our jail. A wave that moves this very earth. It's no act of men, but certain forces do move in mysterious ways. Is she hitting on us? The rape was just another part of the test. It must have been. We must pass this test. Now it's time to be strong. Come, join hands and let us give thanks. This is a test. Please give us a sign. We are your flock. Do with us as you will. Welcome, weary travelers. Okay. Surely this town is enduring some sort of test. We must not fail. I could want to explain a continent moving. Surely it is the work of a greater power. Lands to the south of Gondwan are full of barbarians, I'm told. It's hard saying that name. The Kibombo are warlike. They live far off in the center of Gondwan. Can't imagine they come all the way out here. Some potatoes boiling in the pot. Maybe they're making a potato salad. What would that be the first thing he thinks of? Oh, they're boiling potatoes. Must be making potato salad. That's it. Interested in direct contact with southern Gondwan. Will we be safe? No. Listen, we don't need you running around getting folks worked up. Buzz off. Hey, you're the one who asked me. There are people who use a frightening kind of magic in Gondwan. I don't know if it's true, but it's absolutely terrifying. Yeah, exactly. Why would I do that? Yeah, you're just trying to make me feel better, but you don't have a clue, do you? She's happy if I say it, and she's not happy if I say it, and she's not happy if I do say or do agree. Let me guess, you want a boat, right? Look, I told that last guy a tidal wave went and ruined all our boats. It's a bit of a problem that a tidal wave destroyed our boats, but the tidal waves sort of solved our problem too. Not all 3 continents are wedged together, and we don't really need boats. Everything happened so suddenly. The earth moved and everything fell down. It's going to take me forever to clean up. Everything was on the floor and all my dishes were broken. What a chore. A wave big enough to move a continent is a terrible portent. Could the legendary beasts of the dark have awakened? Cthulhu is coming. The mythical sea creature is awakened. We're all in trouble. Legends say that only one armed with an enchanted trident can kill it. Nothing. Hello. How do we... Can I come down from the roof? Doesn't look like there's any way on the roof. There's that manual. Shake an object left and right. Clear away piled up leaves. Lash and pound would have been the 2 most obvious ones, but scoop maybe, but or reveal. I'll try whirlwind for the hell of it, but probably something we can only get later. Nope. Legends 2? Will you survive the final boss? Is the big question. I remember Legends 1 being more of a pain because I saved in the boss room and then there was like no way back. So that was fun. Learned my lesson with 2 though. So we got a gin in... What's the name of this place? Madra. Madra. Second floor of house. Blocked by gate? Question mark. We need a key or something. Don't have anything in our inventory that would make sense here. Might have to bring something to these folks. They'll let me have them. Something to help them clean up, I guess. Folks downstairs. Wrecked house. Find somebody that like comes help clean up their house or something like that. They'll give us that as a prize. An elder took off to deal with Briggs. I wonder where he is now. Everyone thinks Briggs fled to the east after the breakout. I think that must be where the elders went with the others. Okay, look at that jar. What the hell? Jar. How do we get to that? Okay, I probably have to jump from here. Nope. Jump. That was like some weird underwear for a second there. Nurse's cap. Used to release healing power. So good defense. Give it to her. So it looks like it's probably it's a usable item, so this one can probably break. If it's anything like the other Camelot games, usually it'll give you a warning once you use it. It's like it's cracking or whatever. I guess I could test it. Assuming I can use it out of battle. Let's reload there, because does this thing have a quick reset? Let's see. It does, good. All the Shining games, so Shining Force, the Shining of the Darkness, Shining the Holy Ark, etc. That's what they're most known for. Now, at this point now, they're basically kind of... They're not really owned by Nintendo, but they're basically like kind of a second-party studio, if you will. And they're doing pretty much all the Mario sports games. So like Mario Golf was done by them, Mario Tennis, and all the more modern versions of those. So they've done quite a bit. But definitely most known, at least in the retro era, for the Shining series. Update. What does that do? Okay. So you can transfer, because I guess since we haven't actually met Isaac yet, we can still transfer our save file until we meet Isaac. Makes sense. Yeah, they definitely have a style that you can kind of, once you see it, you'll see it in like every one of their games, like the font, the characters, like the sound effects. Like everything is so, and the menus and everything is very, very Camelot, right? And Elder took off the deal with Briggs. I wonder where he is now. 15 coins. So far, I haven't found anything good in these boxes, but you know they're gonna hide a gin somewhere in one of these. Chicken curry. Judging from the smell and the deep red color, it must have a lot of tomatoes in it. Don't touch that gem. The Elder gave us strict orders to protect it. But it's so shiny. The lady and I have been told to guard that jewel on the mantle. I knew why the Elder wanted us to protect this thing. Ah, shit. I am totally rich. I can afford the inn. It's about all I can afford for 15 bucks. Father was opposed to arresting the man we found in the boat, but the townspeople were in uproar about Champa, and they locked him up. Where's the, I didn't run to the jail cell yet. When the Elder gets back, I'm sure he'll prove the young man innocent. He intends to find Briggs and prove the young man's innocence. I know, right? Like, every single stove has a different description. It's great. Dad and Grandpa have gone to Asenia to look for Briggs. When Dad goes on trips, he brings back presents. I wonder what he'll bring back this time. I hope he brings me a nice doll. I want a wooden one. If Dad were to fight, I wonder where he'd go. Jail. The one that's guarded is most likely the jail. I took that unconscious guy from the boat and tossed him in jail. He keeps saying that he's not Champa, though. You know, this is going to be the only town in the entire game that has a jail and just happens to be the one where the jail is actually in use. I don't care what the Elder says. That prisoner is a filthy Champa scum. Until someone proves otherwise, I say let him rot. I'll never forgive those dogs what they've done to our village. Into that man's eyes, he looks so serene, so calm. No one with such pretty eyes could be a liar. My friend was on guard duty when Briggs men attacked. Who would let a menace like Briggs go free? I wonder how many of the raiders are actually Champa. My partner was guarding this prison. When the Champa attacked, he was so scared he ran off. Disgraceful. I miss my partner. A shame he turned tail and ran like that. Who knows? Maybe I would have done the same thing in his place. Admit it, you're one of the Champa, aren't you, Piers? Speak, or let your silence condemn you. I told you already, I'm not a Champa. And where did you come from? The heart of the Eastern Sea. If I told you where, you'd never believe me. Like the new Mario Golf games, yeah. Wasn't the last one kind of closer to the original ones? But I mean, I haven't played it, but from the trailers I saw, it definitely looked like it was closer to the original ones than, you know, the other ones, if you will. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Are you trying to mock me? I implore you, do not anger me. Oh, do you? What is going to happen if I make you angry? Hey, Shin, maybe you should go easy on him. Hey, wasn't your girl, or wasn't It wasn't your girlfriend who got hurt. I'm sorry she was injured, but I cannot... I don't want your sympathy, freak. I just want you to get angry. For me. Stop, please. Even my patience has its limits. Hey, don't you want to see what he'll do? I think we should just stop. My words will not kill your temper, then... Frost. Yeah, we get Frost now. Oh, that was Psi Energy. Well, he's dead. He just fell face first from like 10 feet up. Wow. Did you do that? What did your friend expect? You monster! I am no monster. Help! This man, he must be an adept. Nah. You're right. We only just know what we just saw. Guess we should try to learn a little more about him. Why did I use my synergy in anger? I must maintain control. Actions should never cause regret. I sense someone using synergy. A person? Could he be... No, he is not of my people. When will I be freed? When will I kindly elder return and end my imprisonment? I have no time to wait until... Or, no time to wait, but I don't want to have to hurt anyone. Alright, so I guess we gotta go find the elder. Just need to sneeze at him. Yeah, there you go. Has Piers escaped? Oh, I'm so relieved. So Piers hasn't escaped. If he had escaped, the Elder would no longer be able to protect him. But from the looks of things, it seems there was a scuffle. The cell's in disarray. What happened in there, I wonder? Seems Piers is a man of many mysteries. Not the least of which is that boat he arrived in. Oh, you there. You look like travelers. Milady, now is not the time to be speaking with strangers. It is all right. This one has such kind eyes. When did you arrive, and where are you going? My lady, please. Are you going to Asenia? Sure. I knew it. One requires permission to cross the bridge to Asenia, correct? Then I hereby grant my permission to these 4 travelers. Relay that message at once. May all continue your journey and cross into Asenia. No, only the ones that have Psi Energy, right? Because normal people wouldn't be able to realize it because they don't sense Psi Energy, but the actual Psi Energy users are like, huh, it feels like somebody's in my mind. If we try to tell someone what we saw, they would believe us. I think I'll just guard him from here on out, where it's safe. Oops. The sword bottom tells me it was all real. I'm not about to say that out loud. Was I just dreaming when I saw that when that shaft of ice appeared? Sure. Yeah, that's what it was. It was just a dream. It's all just a dream. If I keep on seeing it, maybe I'll believe it. We took the unconscious guy from the boat and tossed him in jail. Keep saying he's not Sheba, though. Alright. So now I guess we can leave town. Let's go rest at the inn. Now we spent all our mana using reed mines. Shall I go visit that underground area? The Catacombs. Why does this town have a Catacombs? It doesn't seem like a big enough town to have a Catacombs. Oops. Got someone to show me around inside, and it's just a really big hole. Nobody could dig that much in such a short time without us noticing, you'd think. Not sure the Champo actually dug this hole. Steve. Look up on me with eyes of truth, and the door will open. Alright, so probably need reveal or whatever. Reveal... Medra... Catacombs... That's right, can't do much here until we have reveal, I guess. Viva handhelds and phones, yeah. Scrolled up way before. Why did my chat scroll all the way up? That was weird. Alright. Can we go in here now? We can, alright. I can't believe the Champo just stumbled upon this cave accidentally. It's like winning the lottery or something. What the point of this was. Unless there's going to be a point where we can't get into town and this lets us get into town. Like, we'll go do whatever we need to do, and then we'll come back and the pirates will have, like, taken over the town again or something. Or the Champa or whatever it is. Merc. It's a tiny rock in the way. Whatever shall we do? Can we pull things towards us with move? Where did the rat just like run away? Okay, good. Yeah, pretty much, right? It's a pretty uncommon thing. There's a bunch of stuff in the SNES era, but not really since. On this one, you're never sure if you can't progress because you're missing something, like missing an ability that you get later. Like obviously here we need this frost thing to do whatever we need to do here, so is there any point in going through this dungeon right now, or am I gonna need frost for sure to even progress in it? We never knew. Tremor bit, alright. Now we can use Tremor. Tremor lets us shake things, I think. Trying to think what the hell that would do in this area. Guess we'll try it out on things. It shakes the whole screen, so maybe get rid of that little rock that was in the way in the path we could have gone to. Yeah, don't know what the hell this thing is supposed to do, really. I'm sure it's gonna be used to do some puzzle stuff, but maybe it'll be obvious once I reach the spot that needs it. Trying on that door just for the hell of it, but in the description it definitely sounded more like Reveal than Tremor. It's a lot of goblins. Look upon me with eyes of truth. Yeah, so like that definitely screams reveal. Description. Let's try it anyways. No. Let's go back to the inn and then we'll go to that bridge, I guess. Since they did give us the ability going across the bridge. Yeah, we heard about you already. If you're gonna go to Asenia, you better get moving. Alhofro is along the northeast of Asenia. You'll see it eventually. And you can use it on characters. Those guys must be looking for trouble. Me, I'd rather stay home and relax. It's so pleasant and comfortable and safe. Also, I had a boat. I wouldn't go to Asenia with permission or without. I wonder if I have to use it on a character at some point. Because they definitely react to it. Although, like, they don't actually say anything, but the fact that they're actually, like, wiggling like that. I mean, they just had a bunch of continents slamming into each other. I'm pretty sure they're used to a little bit of rumbling at this point. Can't use it in battle. It's purely out of battle use. Maybe we'll need it to progress here. That would actually make sense. So it seems like in order to progress, you usually have to kind of find whatever thing before you actually progress to where you need to go. Like last time we had to get Lash before we saved those kids. I ended up getting it before I went to even see the kids, but I'm betting I have to use like Tremor here for a reason. It's the Champa boat. You can see their mark on the flag there. It must have been running around here by the tidal wave. Look at all the damage. The wave must have been gigantic. I wonder how many Champa died in the wreck. It isn't the Champa ship, and that must mean Piers isn't a Champa. So what does the Elder still need Briggs to clear his name? Briggs must be trying to get a new ship to Alhofro. Hope the Elder finds him first. Still had enough men to dig that hole and attack Madra. And enough to form 2 attack parties too. Okay, let's go grab the treasure first. Any reason to go down here? Maybe we need to, like, dig here or something like that. And put that as a potential dig spot. Is that what it's called? Dig, or... I know there was a spell that lets you dig. Tremor, pound, scoop. 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 What's the name of this place? Sunny Eclipse. Eclipse. Question mark. It's a good thing the manual at least tells you those things ahead of time, because otherwise I wouldn't be taking notes and it'd be like, oh shit, what do I need to use this in the previous areas I've been to? There's clearly that one with the dog. Actually, let's write that one down too. That's the other eclipse. Yeah, whatever. We'll have to go back there at some point anyways. Once we have the, once we have Piers or whatever his name is. I still want to see, like, what Tremor does. Like, I need to see Tremor actually do something. Something useful outside of battle. Pirate sword. Which is Dreamtide. Good, you can use that. Okay, you equip that one. You give the magic rod to her. Boom, everybody's got an upgrade. Oh man, it's a big ass continent. Wonder how many Jinn are in this world map here. It's gonna be a few for sure. That's a lot of stuff. Most perfect meme image. I don't even remember the music from Quest 64. Alright, looks like kind of a dead end here. Let's double check that. And then... the bridge is broken, so... Thankfully, at least they're limiting our the places we can go, because it'd be really hard to find where to go. Great. Freaking raptors now. Let's see. Good old cars. Who needs to afford a car? Frick that kobold. Good point. I'm lucky to have good public transit in this area, but yeah, imagine a lot of other areas. They're kind of screwed. So Merc can put them to sleep. Love the combat in this is like super fast. Thankfully. And I really wish you could zoom in this map. Is there a way? Oh, you can zoom out. Not the direction I wanted to go, game. Zoom in, not out. And this is like the zoomed in version of that map. There's nothing between that and this. So it's clearly, like, unless the path to the desert is blocked, there's definitely a path to the desert. Which goes all the way back here if we want to. Which means there's a very good chance to be like a gin there. Other than that, we're basically going fairly linear path for the most part. Going to the desert. We're going to be surprised if there's gin somewhere. Never mind. Of course, this would be an actual dungeon. It feels like we're going to need to use pound a lot here. Pound. I'm going to use it like on the thing that was directly in front of me. Yep, gotta pound those rods. The animation from that looks very suggestive as well. The hand grasps it, lifts up, and then strokes down really hard. Guardian ring. Increases HP. Let's see. But his defense kind of sucks. How's his defense lower than, like, theirs? What the hell? It's weird. Figured he would have the best defense. I guess they found upgrades for their stuff in the last town, and he didn't. Is there any point of pounding all these things? Probably isn't, but I gotta do it anyways, just in case. Just in case there is a point. Yeah, it is very fitting. Hello. Water, my throat is so parched. It's no use. Oh, this desert, it's so hot out here. I feel dizzy. Oh, the pirates here from Madra. Are you going to Alhofro too? No. You guys are lucky. We gotta find some way through this desert. If the cursed pirate Briggs hasn't smashed the bridge, we wouldn't be here. Maybe we won't find him, but I promise you, Piers will pay the price for him. Can we just forget about Briggs? No, I'm not about to quit looking for him. There must be a way through this desert. We must press onwards. As you can see, the Elder is quite insistent on finding a way through. He feels the only way through Alhofro is through this desert. Father, how am I supposed to get us through this desert? I think you're overestimating my abilities. Good point. Nope. That would be funny. My father's always telling me to overcome adversity, but he never tells me how. I don't understand why we can't just go home and forget about Alhofro. I pretty much need to have the friggin' mind read thing constant, like permanently bound to one of your things. Such a pain having to manually go through it. We reached a dead end. I just want to go home to Madra. I mean, sometimes they'll have information. More often than not, it's just like little tidbits. This is where my son must prove himself as mayor. So, son, how are you planning to get us through this desert and onto Alhofro? My son isn't quite a fix, but I'm not going to help him. Only by overcoming adversity can he ever become a strong leader. Tough love. There's a spring over there, but we can't reach it. I can hear fate mocking us. Briggs and the other Champa are nowhere to be seen. That Piers is so one of the Champa. We don't need Briggs to prove it. When we get back home, I'm gonna pay him for helping Briggs. Sure, it's hot, but it's a dry heat, and I can't stand it. I want to go somewhere cool and just relax. I'd much rather a dry heat than a muggy heat. Okay, well, this definitely feels like the way we need to go, so let's go back out. Explore the rest of the area. There's a good chance we're going to have a... potentially find a djinn out there somewhere. like a djinn somewhere in this little chunk of land. Yep, I kind of wish there was like one-step encounters in this game. Must find some djinn. Rough. Give me the booze with 36 months, 3 years of awesome support. Also going to give me the booze. Thank you so much for the continued support for 3 awesome years. Good, another good game in a row. I know, right? Oh, don't worry. That train's gonna stop real fast. Well, we got East next, so we got another good game. Tower of Doom. I don't know. It's an Intellivision game, so it's really old school, but it's probably one of the better, like really old retro RPGs from the looks of it. But of course, it's going to feel very archaic at this point. The Robot Warlords, that one's probably going to be jank. What else do we have coming up soon? Got Dot Hack 2. Dot Hack was meh more than anything. Then we have Castlevania Area of Sorrow or whatever, which of course is going to be fantastic. So, out of the next 5, I mean, there's going to be 3... There's going to be 2 fantastic ones. 1 1 question mark, and 1 probably pretty shitty. Okay, I don't think there's any djinn here. I really hope they don't make the djinns like really rare encounters, like if you're in an area with a djinn. And hopefully you see them within like, I don't know, 2 or 3 encounters, not like 10. Over here. Another thing I'm not sure about is like specific areas. Like, let's say, would he spawn in the forest and not in this little place here, or does it matter as long as you're in roughly the right area? Like, we're getting the dinos inside the forest and on the field, so I can't imagine them making it so you have to be specifically in the forest to find a djinn or whatever, which would just be rude. One more check over here. The other problem though is like, how big is the area? Like, would, let's say, this area here have a djinn, not the other part of this little land formation? It's hard to tell. I've got enough encounters in this area, so... Oh yeah, the art style. Camelot has a very... like, you can tell a Camelot game as soon as you see it. Like, the menus, like, just the UI in general, the way the characters talk, the font, the sound effects, like, everything is just... it's extremely Camelot. That's why people love their games. It's just It just screams Camelot. Screams quality. Alright. I don't even know where... Like, it seems like, obviously this is where we need to go. So... hopefully there's some other broken bridges that prevents us from going any further. If this bridge here isn't broken, another potential place to look for Jinn would be like in this area here. More likely over here because this is the furthest. Other than that, after we cross the bridge, it's hard to tell where you can actually traverse here, but look over here. See what's over here. I was hoping for Jinn to show up. Those effects are going off quite often. It's probably based on like luck or something. Another dead end. Couple encounters here just to see if anything spawns. We'll just do 3 encounters in each area. Another dead end area here. I wonder how many was there in the first game? It was like 7 Jinn of each element, I think, in the last game. Of course, you got a big map to discover, and of course a lot of dungeons are going to have one. So there's not going to be that many on the field. Considering that iron one was like, you know, a place you wouldn't even consider going. It was just in this forest that was just not even in a dead end, just like a path you would normally traverse. Means they definitely hide them in plain sight. That end here, maybe. Oh, Not even. How far can we go off the beaten path here? It's another town there. It seems like we can go a pretty far distance, unless we're supposed to go this way. Like maybe in order to get to this desert, we like literally have to go all the way around. So maybe we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. Maybe I should go back and explore the desert. I just assumed, like, okay, well, it's probably where we have to go, so let me go explore these other things first. But I figured the game would just, like, prevent me from progressing. Like, have another broken bridge or whatever. The game's not doing that. He was like, go for it. Just keep exploring. But I haven't hit any harder enemies either, so... Mikasala? It's been a long time since we've had any visitor in Mikasala. Why would anyone travel all this way just to come to our backwater town? The backwater town with a big inn. We went to investigate after the earthquake. Looks like the whole different land collided into our own. Sunny was big already, but now that we're connected to Indra, it's just huge. Have you been to Garo? No. Do not fear the outward appearance. Many revile them, but they are gentle, and they have kind hearts. Wonder if there is any werewolves beyond those in Garo. Wonder if they might not be as gentle as Garo's folk. Werewolves. A town called Garo lies east of us, but its residents aren't quite human. People Garo are pretty furry. They look weird and kind of cuddly, but they're nice enough. Oh, she's turned into a furry. If you look across the ocean to the south, you can see Tandaria. It's bitter cold in Tandaria. It snows there all year long. Blessed Ankh unleashes Siphon Seal. Staff. Lots of attack power. Done. Sure. What? You can't buy the shaman staff? But why not? Boost PP. This stuff is not cheap though. This is gonna eat up my money real quick, but need some upgrades. Sell some of this crap. It's a big chunk of defense anyways. Should have checked the weapon shop first, but whatever. Okay, I was gonna say, I hope those stack more than 10. Until we find the game place. Oh, it's a nice upgrade, too bad I can't afford it. I should have bought that first. Oh well. I can't afford that either. $135, that'll give you enough. And now we're broke. Hey, Kaze. You did. You missed all the good stuff. You missed the password entry. So you missed a good 20 minutes right there. If you're going deeper into Senya, you better be ready for trouble. Nobody had to leave town. If we got lost in the roads out there, I'd be monster snack in no time. Okay, definitely sounds like going deeper from here is probably a bad idea right now. Until we, you know, do what we need to do. So let's go back. We're going to get into the heart of Asenia. There are two ways. You can approach from the south, or you can come down from the north. It's weird that you can't go all the way around Asenia from the south. I mean, it's a piece of cake if you go around from the north. The heart of Asenia lies a sacred place, Ayers Rock. Ayers Rock has stood there since this world was first formed. Nobody knows exactly what that means, though. Also climbed Ayers Rock claim that they can see the unseeable. What does the unseeable even look like? I guess we get reveal up there or something. My husband has tried to climb Ayers Rock many times. I wish I knew what he saw in that big hunk of rock. I can't let him try to climb it again. What if we were injured? Fresh eggs over easy. Some people call them sunny side up. When it comes to breakfast, these are the best. Of course I do. Exclamation list. So all games that are coming up as well, like just on my list period, and then the other beaten games of that second list. Are you looking for someone? No. Didn't think so. We don't get a lot of strangers coming here. Sure. If you're looking for someone, I'd say the best place to start would be somewhere else. Oh, nope, don't want to pound the girl. I like this time of year best of all. It's so much nicer and more pleasant than the harsh winter. Alright, let's stop at the inn. 24. Can't afford it. I love spending all my money and then going to the inn last. Every time. Come a long way, friends. Stay well and rest your feet. Nope. Stop pounding. Our travelers always in such a hurry. Like my mom used to say, fools rush in. There are many towns between here and Garo. You should rest here and maybe re-equip yourselves before heading out. There's no reason to go to Garo unless you were heading to Ayers Rock. Forgive my manners. No, please, don't fear me. I'm Warrior Galahad. I'm looking for someone. I need your help. Do you know of a knight called Isaac? I mean, I know of him. You do? I must warn Sir Isaac that he is in danger most grievous. Even now, such rage, Nevampa, where do they come up with these damn names? And Azard are looking for him. They wish to avenge the loss they gave him at Colosso. They call him Jim, Bob, and Joe. It'd be a lot easier. Lucky Pepper. This increases luck. Boost luck. That cheese looks fabulous. I really could use a snack. Maybe some bread and... God, I'm getting hungry. Cheese. Alright, let's see what kind of monster is, just out of curiosity. The game just like slaps us down hard for continuing this way. Let's feel like a dead end area over here. Same enemies we're fighting so far. Yep, it's a great RPG. Cave. Senia Cavern. I really shouldn't be going any further. Let's go back to the desert before I do anything. See, that spot there looks like it'd be a spot that would have a djinn, just like this little grassy spot outside the desert. I guarantee there's a djinn right there. Guess what? We are ancient. It's crazy to think all these games we played are so old at this point. It's like, man, I remember where... I mean, at this point, I was like an adult when this game came out. I was like... Yeah, at this point, I was like graduated from university at this point. I mean, man... Feels old, man. Anything at the end of this road? School age of 10? Yeah, this would have been perfect. Perfect for someone who's that age. I don't know if... Like, you played it at 10-year-old? I imagine this would have been tough for a 10-year-old kid. Maybe not. I mean, they're definitely friendly enough. It's not, like, super difficult or anything. It's just the right difficulty. Still be easy to get lost because the game doesn't really hold your hand too much. The game's kind of like it's like you know where you need to go, or if you talk to every NPC they kind of tell you, but then you have to go find the right ability or whatever to continue. And yeah, so that makes a lot more sense. So it would have been very hard without a guide for 10-year-old. I'm trying to think. When I played Final Fantasy, the original Final Fantasy on the NES, I got the NES's on my 11th birthday, so I definitely would have been like, I don't know, probably 11, 12 when I got Final Fantasy, which is pretty much my first RPG. So, of course, I never beat it back then because it was definitely very convoluted in how to progress in that game as a young kid that didn't take notes. I beat it like much later. Okay, we've already explored here. Alright, let's go back towards the desert. What's up the inn now that we have money? Tempted to grind 1,400 bucks just so we could buy that axe. Didn't take that long to get 400 gold, but whatever. We'll have to come back here at some point, so... Like we need it right now. Save. Fine, save. Surprisingly, the game doesn't really up the difficulty that much. Like, we're finding the same stuff in a pretty big chunk of the game. Most games make it obvious you're kind of going the wrong way, or you're going somewhere a little too early when you ramp up the difficulty. This game's like, no, this entire content's gonna have the same shit, probably. It's this way and this way. I don't know what the point of pounding any of these things was. An emu. It's a big-ass emu, by the way. The size of an ostrich. Alright, let's see what we got here. Okay, there's definitely a digging spot right here. So we need scoop for this area. What's the name of this place? Yimpy Desert. It's a tough call, I don't know. Fellowship of the Ring was an amazing game. God, that Lord of the Rings is such a garbage thing. You know, if they had actually tested that game before bringing it out. I mean, they probably did, but they just like, whatever, send it out. If he wants for a refund, we'll just give him a refund. Yes, the metaboss had destroy. That's all you need. Whee. Bonk. I wonder if these ones are like hiding things behind them. So we probably want to leave unpounded so we can actually like jump across. There was a gin there. How do we get to it? Really hate that they don't switch targets. They like manually have them target things, otherwise they just lose their turn. That's so original Final Fantasy. I use a program called Xnote stopwatch. Nice thing with it is I can have like two instances going, and they're just tied to like a. It's kind of like a shareware or whatever. I'll write it down there. I mean, I've had this since I started RPG Quest, so I don't know if it's it still exists, but the nice thing with it is you can change whatever font you want, change the background, so I can easily chroma key the background out, and there's probably better stuff out there. I mean, it's been years since I've been using this, but for what I use it for, it works perfectly. I can't pound or else I won't be able to cross. Jump. Oh. I guess I can't pound that one. Gotta restart. Ow. So I kind of have to figure out a path without actually, like, pounding down this stuff. I guess there's, like, multiple paths, so I'd have to come here a few times, I think. So let's see, to get to this guy, so I want to keep this one active, obviously. So that one, I need these two, I need this one, and that one, so I have to go in from here, then walk over here, break down that one, then break down that one, go up. So let's do that. Jump. Go. You should have saved before attacking him. Otherwise he's gonna, if he runs away, I have to like redo this whole thing again. I don't know why they make these things run away, it's kind of annoying. Go. Blitz. Got a whole bunch of stuff. So we lose the other fire ones, but we get Volcano, Ward, Weaken, Astral Blast. Give her a whole bunch of Cutting Edge Blast and Mad Blast. She would lose Prism and Impact, but she would gain Sleep, Whirlwind, and Ray. It's probably seems like a good idea. I don't know what the hell Tremor does. I've yet to see it used in any sort of useful way. I'm sure we'll find it at some point. Alright, now where do we want to go next? So let's leave that one there. I just want to see what's over there. Don't need to go here anymore. Oops. Yeah, this just goes to nothing anyways. There's a bunch of... Yeah, it's probably like just a very... I mean, like Pound, there's a lot of areas that use Pound, a lot of areas that use like the Frozen. It's probably some very, very like niche areas, but it's just... I'm trying to recall anywhere that I've seen where it would be a potential use. Of course I did. I spent 20 minutes. How's it going, Trickshaw? 20 minutes entering that password. It was a beast of a password. Okay, this, I probably want to see what's over here, so let's leave that one active. Yep, I got it right in the first try. Got something called Ragnarok. Ragnarok. Strike with a massive sword. Could have been, it could have been. I ended up trying it out just to keep, I had it on Leon, because, you know, just to keep him alive in battles. And then, yeah, apparently he's the one who did the most damage, which is kind of, it's like, okay. So kind of a good thing. It's kind of ironic that Leon did the most damage in that battle. Okay, if I do that, I can't go this way. I don't know if there's anything up here, but... Yep, yeah, I'm fully the MVP. It's like, surprise, I'm actually doing something. It's like, what? Leon's useful? Mad Blast. I'm really curious if there's... I mean, it feels like there should be something up here, because there's like a big area, but... If I push that down, I can't go there, but if I push this one down in order to reach the, the thing, I can't go this way, so... Swordsman Restore. Oh, just a healing thing. Another option is if I can somehow get over there. There's no way up here. Maybe there's nothing there. Maybe the whole point of this area is just to get to the thing. Because I don't see a way of potentially getting up there. Like I can't get up here without breaking either this one down or the other one down, so... Alright, let's just go see what's over here. Maybe we can come in from the other side too. Look from above. I should have healed up first. Oh well. Could have had a free heal. That was pointless. How do we get the grow? Those were seeds. Doesn't seem to be. Maybe this is where we use Tremor. Yeah, those don't show up as a sprite, so if those things grew, they would show up as a sprite. They would have like they'd be colored when you do the Tremor. Luckily, the encounter rate isn't terrible in this. Maybe now we use Tremor. Kind of right when he gets... No. Scorpion. Okay, now which one do we want to do it? This one or this one? If we do that, he's gonna go knock into this thing, then go around and loop over and over. If we do it here, he'll go up here. Yeah, so we want to do it when he's heading this way. Puzzles. Hooray. Clearly you need to get him in here. So let's see. Obviously we need him to go like this way. Maybe? Or no, he needs to hit here and hit this way, so we need him, let's see. If we hit him here, he would go like this. Wait, what direction is he going? Okay, so we'd hit here, 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 and you just go in a loop, so we don't want to hit him like when he's going this way, so when he's going down, he would hit here. Actually, yeah, that should be it, right? That one's completely unneeded. Oh, and we'll get Scoop. Nice. King Scorpion. Ragnarok. That's cool, but doesn't do that much damage. Because he was defending. Doing just as much damage as my physical attacks. And my attack returned back normal. Boom. A lot of health. Tough bastard. Got a file. Nice. Alright, a couple places to revisit the scoop. There's one in the desert here. It's potentially one of the Osenian cliffs. There's also one in the other cliffs, like the other direction from the starting, or from the last town. But that's kind of far back now. Alright, who would we give this to? To her. I guess the whole point of coming here was the scoop. Back we go. Scoop. Back to the inn. I doubt you can scoop here, because it looks like those scooping places are obvious if you can scoop them. This one, I mean, it just looks suspicious. You have this little path down to this little mini beach. That doesn't look like an obvious scooping place. No. I completed other video game libraries. Other libraries of what? I think I've completed the PS1 I just completed. I fully completed PS1 RPG library, but anything prior to PS1 has already been beaten. It's like the SNES, the NES, you know, the I guess technically I'm not finished the Genesis because there's a bunch of like later releases, like non-licensed, unlicensed releases on the Genesis. And it's still coming out with unlicensed releases on the Genesis. Same thing with Dreamcast, and hell, even Turbo CD gets a couple. So those ones are surprisingly not completed, but... What year do you think you finished PS2? It's a long library still left on the PS2. Every time I look at the... Every time it feels like I've like halfway through it, I look at the list like, nope, not even close. I can go afford that axe, but I go to the other town. $1,400 axe. Don't think there's anywhere in here that was scoopable. I don't recall anywhere I could scoop in this town. I mean, there might have been something underground here. I definitely need reveal underground. Once we get reveal, we'll revisit this place anyways, so... I want to check that one spot where the dog was sniffing over here. I gotta remember to like split up my attacks, because this is one of those games that just only attacks the person you targeted. Yep, and when Daria Sorrow come out. 2003 is a big year. It's just probably all heavy towards the holiday season. So actually equip it. Thanks, Dougie. Some sort of shroom. A lot of different choices here. I don't know if I should be fighting this stuff yet. It's a bunch of new enemies. It's never fun when you run into new enemies. Ow! Yeah, maybe we shouldn't come here yet. Well, that makes sense. I mean, that probably means we're about like a third of the way through 2003. This is always a heavier load of games towards the holiday season, so... Yeah, so then the enemies definitely got harder here, so I don't think we should be here yet. I can explore. I want to see what that shroom is. There's a gin there too. Middle. Probably would have been... No, actually this was probably the right one. There's two shrooms. There's a lot of shrooms. No, move this thing. So is required. Wyvern chick. Me? There you go. It feels like we've been in 2003 for a while, too. That's the weirdest part. Let's go see what's over here. Boom, 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 boom. that way. Nani? This way? No? This way? Sephiroth, Dingo Stita, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you so much for the support. Got some good GBA stuff coming up. You also have Legacy of Goku too. Yeah, I mean, it can't be worse than the original Legacy of Goku, right? 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 Please say right. There's no way it can be as bad. Where, you know, Goku is getting murdered by wolves. Yeah, and we're already on the second dot hack. I mean, all 4 dot hack games came out in 2003, so I guess that's a good yardstick, if you will. So I think it's the first and the last game of 2003 dot hack. Okay, what's the point of that? Oops. Monkey dodged me. God, these things hit hard. We're definitely under leveled to this area. Still want to explore. This guy and Gladius. Well, I'm sure Gladius isn't. Well, I don't know. Actually, Gladius is like a tactical RPG, isn't it? This guy, I mean, that could be a long one. Don't know really what to expect out of that one in terms of length, but I guess this way. There's too many different directions to go. Yeah, that'll be grinding the item world. I know my limits. I think the item world is going to be my limits. I wish this was Final Fantasy. No, this stream's great. If this was Final Fantasy, the encounter rate would be like 10 times what it is. How's it going, Jet? Remember when Gladius came up on Fast Forward and got like 0... well, not 0 votes, but it got a couple pity votes and that's it. Definitely one of the worst voted games on Fast Forward so far. The weird part is it came out, like, it was what, LucasArts that released that game, which is like odd. Hello. I wonder who moved the rope on the other side. I tried to go to Condo 1 to find my fellow tribesmen, but the ropes were taken down. I can go back to Kimbombo unless someone realizes that I'm missing and comes for me. The other warriors knew we could not return to Kimbombo. They would be distraught. I long to see my homeland again. This Ender lacks the savage beauty of Gondawan. Limited Saga, yeah. It's gonna be fun. Flash and great. Ant's gonna flash us. It actually kind of looks like it's flashing us because the middle two boxing gloves look like they're, you know, look like a top, and every time it gets hit, it just like removes it. So it's flashing us. Nope. Can't do anything further here unless we have Frozen. Yeah, let's save. I don't want to have this guy run away for me and have to do this whole thing again. Yeah, PS2 is definitely a long-running system, that's for sure. But by then, I mean, there's really no PS2 games at that point. It's pretty much like... it's basically handhelds at that point. A lot of handhelds at that point. Ow. Good thing we saved. You should go into the battle with full health. That'd be a good idea. Yes, there is. Sure, there's gonna be some wonderful PSP games. Yeah, I need to like chain cast Jenna or put her and move them around. He seems to attack the middle more often. Let's save after healing up again. There we go. Well, considering I have the PSP version, and I'm not going to pick it up again on DS. Oh yeah, it's better with the touchscreen. Unfortunately, I've already collected it on the PSP. Well, PSP is going to be like higher resolution, and it's going to be more jank, I'm sure, but what can you do, right? Oh yeah. Oh well. Need to keep her alive here. Give her to chain cast, I guess. I think most of those are on PSP, but there's a couple on DS. But not as many, at least not in North America. guy's tough. This bastard better not run. Nice. Quake Sphere. Riviera, yeah. Found the Kindle. Alright, so the next one we should find is the as a water one, because generally we're gonna find one of every type before we find the next one, right? Okay, so we don't get anything new, but this would give us, we'd lose all this stuff when we get Planet Diver, Growth, Med Growth, Blast. Give it to her, we get lose all these things. We get Wind Slash and Slash. She get Fume, Flare, Firewall, Beam on here. She loses all these things. He gets all these things, loses all these things. It would actually be a downgrade for her. Like, all her stats go down. Except for luck. By actually turning this off, I actually get more HP and more PP by a significant amount. I lose a little bit of defense to get more agility. It's better just to turn this off. Turn it off. I really want to play the PSP version of his Manichemia. I'll be playing it on PSP as well. I gotta see the awesomeness of the PSP version. Laughing Fungus. There's the other mushroom too. How do we get to the other one? Maybe I should save after grabbing that. Because the final dungeon is stopped. If all else fails, I can always, like, you know, my PSP is modded, so I can easily rip the thing onto my PSP and just play it off the memory card instead of the actual UMD. But of course, if I got the UMD, I got to play the classic experience. You know, I could have made this a lot faster if I had just the damn water thing. Or maybe the other mushroom I can't get to until we have the freeze spell. That's probably what it is. How's it going, Deck Live? That lets me fall down there. Yeah, I bet you to get the other mushroom I have to get frozen. I don't know, I haven't looked into it. I'd have to double check. I mean, I'll be playing the PS2 version before the PSP version anyways, so... Once I get closer to it, I'll check. Storm Ray. Storm Ray. Yeah, the mushroom there is definitely the path I have to take the frozen thing to get to. So can't get that one yet. I don't know what this other one is here is for. I didn't even check actually. Is it a very suspicious mushroom? Details are unknown, thanks. Don't think I've met anybody where I would help by laughing. Making them laugh. It's probably like a story thing later on. Can these guys laugh? Throw this in there. Oh no, I'm definitely playing it off of Golden Sun 1. Not that it matters until probably way later in the game. So according to the manual, you only meet up with Isaac way later, and that's where it's going to make a difference. So, till that point, it's pretty pointless. I don't know if, I'm sure there's probably some story stuff that changes a little bit if you do it beforehand. But there's also an option to update your save before you meet Isaac, so you can actually import the password at any point before you meet Isaac. So you don't have to do it right at the beginning. But of course I did. Spent 20 minutes. Don't think this mushroom would have helped anybody in this town, right? I mean, I'm sure we have to, like, cure, or we have to help the Elder before, these guys will let us in. Definitely have to do something with these folks to get that gin up on top there, but... Well, they call this a drawbridge, but this is clearly not a drawbridge. Sephiroth. Hey, wait, you. Thanks so much for the prime sub. Thanks so much for the support. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna go buy that axe, that, like, expensive axe. Give myself some good attack power. Then we gotta go back to the desert. We got the dig thing. I'm assuming we need to. We probably have to go back to the desert and probably have to dig something, which is why we got the scoop thing. Where else did we have to scoop? Yeah, the Ascenia Cliffs I thought maybe I had to scoop, but I didn't. That spot I thought would be scoopable isn't. The empty desert we already did. Wait, was there another? I think there was one other spot in the empty desert I had to scoop. Yeah, I think it was near the entrance. Before we do that, I want to go back to this town, grab that axe. So I have to go down, around, the whole way around. You know what? No, let's... We'll have to go back there eventually anyways, so I'm sure if we go through the desert first... The game's definitely going to send us that way at some point. There's a scoopable area around here, I think. Yeah, right here. Spooter! It's so bad for saving whenever you can save at any point. What's up? Hey, look up there. How'd those guys get up there? Maybe there's a path up ahead that we missed. Maybe we can get through the desert after all. We can find a way through to Alhofro. Look here, as long where we go, as long as it's cool. Yeah, I found it. I found a way through. I mean, we found a way through. You're welcome. Scoop. Huh? It's clearly a scoopable area. Maybe not. It's like a fake... It's a troll scoop. It's like a waste your mana scoop. Waste my entire 1 PP. How rude game. $315 coins. What a weird amount. I never understood that when games do that. They give you like a really strange amount of gold. Like, why? Give me 300 gold. Like, I don't care if it's 300. Like, give me less, but don't give me 300 and like 314 gold or some bullshit thing. Can we find more gold? Is this like one of those P blocks in Super Mario? No. Maybe we have to like scoop them in a specific order. Nope. Of course. We... No. Let me get out there. Dodged. Yep, the best kind. Felix gave a hard nut to Jenna. That was great. Loose defense, eh? I transferred his hard nut to Sheena. God. What happens if we use pound while we're moving? Do we pause, or does it like... Okay, at least he's stopped in place. Still gotta go all the way around though. No. No. Really? Didn't kill either of these? That's what happens when you try to split up your attacks. You just miss. You just don't kill anything. But if you don't split up your attack, then somebody just wastes their turn. Ah. Come on, get up. Ah, there we go. Ooh. Gave her a hard nut, now he's giving her a blow mace. Jeez, Felix, what are you trying to say? I guess it's a good thing I didn't buy that axe. This might be an upgrade. .500 hit points. Man, my inventory's getting full. It's kind of annoying. Anything that can be stacked, we need to give it to the same person. Is there a bank in this thing? Because I want to throw stuff like this mysterious card in the bank. Actually, does Piero get to this point? I guess Piero, though, the main upside is the ability of avoiding in combat. Saber dance. Attack with dancing blades. Flame card. We could try it. What are we supposed to do? Tremor? maybe the one-time tremor actually worked. Nope. Definitely seems like a puzzle here. So you just have to like make a note of the pattern. Just like a, I don't know. We'll call that 2, 6, 7. So how do I... How do we get any further here? So I have no way of going like further this way because yeah, sand's stopping you from going that way. Okay, scoop in the sand. here we have 1, 4, 6, 7, 8. Oops, what did I write? 3 there. 4. Oh, wait, what? Did that? Wait. Wait, was this? Maybe because I was staying in front of it and I thought it was... I'm sure this one... Alright, maybe there's no 4. 1, 6, 7, 8. Right? Didn't do like some weird mysterious thing and like changed. Like I swear this one was solid. I don't know. Treasure. Trainer's Whip. Why do we keep Jenna all these things? We gave her a hard nut, gave her a blow mace, now we gave her a Trainer's Whip. What are we trying to say to Jenna here? Okay, so that's like something that changes your class. A rare item. Whiplash, Wild Wolf, Salamander, Impact. What did she have before? Mostly just fire-based stuff. Nothing amazing, so you know what? Let's try that. Actually, does it change her stats too? 11186. Yeah, it does. More defense. I think her agility went down by a good amount though. Oh, we missed the fire one. Well, there was a fire one in where those old folks were, so that's probably the fire one that we quote-unquote missed. I mean, we did get this Kindle one, like, probably well before we're supposed to. Still missing that one water one, though, which is kind of concerning. I just don't know how to get that fire one from the old folks. In this case, setting this will actually increase my stats. Before it would have made my stats worse because the 2 fire ones were giving me like a boost, I guess, like an extra boost. The question is, do we want this class or do we want the other class? You know what? Screw it. salamander. It's a dead end anyways. So the whole point coming over here is to get that one chest. Loose tack. North Alhofro, South Ayers Rock. Warning, beyond this point there's no road back. Must explore. More of these rocks. All the way over here. Yeah, let's go the other path first. Before I do that though, pause the timer for a second and grab a drink real quick and I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. This way. Alright, let's go check out the other place first. Timer back. I really wish we would auto-target. See if that's an option in the settings. I doubt it, but... There's no auto-target. So what the hell was those rock patterns for then? Alright, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a gin over here somewhere. Maybe that missing fire one, or more preferably that water one that's missing from the second batch. Oil drop. I keep forgetting to use those oil drops. Should use those just to get them out of my inventory. I'm sure they're not that good. Never mind, she doesn't even get a turn. Where's my gin? It's weird that I've only encountered one gin in the overworld so far, and it feels like we've been to... like, this entire place, like, so far we've been... been all the way up to here... explored this area... didn't really visit... Did I go past this area? Probably not really. Like, it feels like there's, like, one here. I mean, it feels like there should be, like, at least one in the first half of this thing, and then one in the second half of this thing at the absolute minimum, right? There's that spot in the desert, but I don't think there's any way of reaching there. I just don't know how... I just don't know how, like, how much grinding I need to do in an area. Let's say I knew for sure it was in this area, like, would it be like one of the first 2 encounters? Or would it be like, you know, it could take like 10 encounters for me to see it? I mean, that's the worst part. This is just extremely random and really hard to find. So I have to like revisit a lot of areas. At least we kind of have the... what's the list here? At least we kind of have this list here to kind of go for, like... the fact that I'm missing one fire one, but I seen one fire one on top of the house of those old folks. I just need to figure out how to get to that one. Like, I don't know if we need to help the old folks somehow. I just don't know how to do that. Figure it's something we're going to find later. So I bet you that's the missing fire one. But definitely feels like we should find a water one before we start finding any other ones. That Kindle one, of course, we got is definitely higher level than we should have found it. So that one I'm not too concerned about. And so far it seems to be going in the So we started off with an iron one. Or we started off with like the earth one, and then we found, I think we found the... I'm trying to think of the order. I think the water one was the last one we found in the first kind of route. So it was like earth, and I think it was air, and then fire, and then water. Could be wrong there. And technically we found the earth and air on this one. We've seen the fire one, but we haven't been able to get it. So the water one would be the most likely next one to find. Which is why I'm thinking that one's probably in the overworld somewhere. We'll see. There's usually at least one per town, so there's probably one in this town. If we see it's a water one, then it's probably what we need. If it's like another earth one, it means water one's definitely somewhere. Welcome to Alhofro. This is the largest town in the western Oceania. You can find anything you need here, unless you need a boat, that is. Really? No boats again? This guy's probably wondering about the boat sitting down to the pier. It still floats, but I don't think that thing can move. A massive tidal wave hit us and destroyed every ship in Alhofro. Losing our boats was awful. I feel so bad for all the people whose houses were destroyed by the tidal wave. Such a happy-sounding place. We're taking care of the people whose houses were destroyed by the tidal wave, but they're just so demanding. My wife feels so overwhelmed that she can't take it anymore. Oh, I'm trying to steal your stuff. Stop talking to me. I can't look in that box. Especially the old man would stop pestering my wife all the time. There's a seafood pie baking in the oven. Its reputation for having a fragrant smell precedes it. With all these demanding house guests, I feel like I've lost control of my own house. I don't mind helping people in need, but I won't be taken advantage of. Aren't you thirsty, my dear? Oh, you're right, dear, I am. Sorry to bother you, but we'd like some tea. Are you talking to me? If you want tea, you can go right ahead and fix it yourself. All I ask for is a little tea, and that's the behavior I get. I just want to get out of this inhospitable house and back to my own sweet home. Well, I say, it seems the lady of the house is no lady at all. We lost our house in the tidal wave. The master of this house offered his home to us, but living with another family isn't easy. Ha! Absolutely exhausting. I know, right? Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, these guys, you know, they invited these folks to their house, and these folks are like, hey, yeah, you know, we're guests here, just give us some shit. So, like she said, I mean, these guys could definitely prepare the tea themselves, but nope. It was like, hey, we're guests here, you should prepare a tea for us. I mean, damn, they let you in their house because your house got destroyed. I mean, come on, be a little more ingratiated, you know what I mean? This is how a young bride treats her husband these days. Back in my day, we were never like that. See, I'd be a little pissed off, too. People of Garo brought the curse upon themselves, worshipping their whipping god. In the middle of Oceania, there is a terrible village where they worship a foul and vengeful god. Finally, we made it! We're here! Where's the elder? He died in the desert. Whoops. It's coming now. Hoo-hoo. Are we here? I feel like I just walked 500 miles. I'm fine. I feel like I could walk 500 more. So this is Alhofro. Metro's a pretty big place, but this town is huge. We come to Alhofro to shop, Mr. Mayor. We're here to bring Briggs the Champa. We're here to bring in Briggs the Champa. I know that. And we should go straight to speak with Alhofro's mayor. We're in no shape to present ourselves to the mayor right now. Look, Briggs is obviously not here, and besides, we already know Piers is... Silence. Seems Alhofro has felt the effects of the tidal wave as well. Looks like they suffered a good deal of damage. Would explain why Alhofro doesn't seem to have any boats for sale either. How did they get that information just by, like, literally walking to town 5 seconds ago? It's like, oh, it seems like these guys don't have any boats for sale. You know, just looking around, I get the impression they only have one boat to begin with. So if you really needed a boat, the only way to get it would be to steal it. I think that caused quite an uproar. Which means the pirates must still be here, trying to get a boat. Do you think we were actually caught up with Briggs? No doubt about it. Just want to meet with the mayor at Alhofro before the Champa can steal the ship. Oh yeah, I get it now. In that case, let's go to Alhofro's mayor right away. Hey look, it's a clone. Say, excuse me. Where would you find the mayor of Alhofro? The mayor? Let's keep going down this road. It's the last house. You can't miss it. Looks like this well doesn't get a lot of use. I guess it's because it's so far from the main part of town. Really? I mean, it's not that far. It's literally, like, there. Ooh, this ain't good. Hey, it looks like the mayor of Madra. He must have come here looking for Briggs. Better go tell the others. What's your problem? What are you, some kind of freak? Well, what? You got a problem with me? Yes, I do. Now, who cares what you think? I got stuff to do, so scram, kid. Where was I? Oh yeah, I was gonna tell him about the mayor of Madra. Those men didn't look like they were from Osenia. What business they have in Alhofro? Keys. Can you steal the keys? Everything's so boring here. Why doesn't anybody do anything criminal? Hey, JD. I'm doing great. How are you? Doing fantastic, I hope. Those people just came through, look totally exhausted. I don't suppose they passed through Yampi Desert to get here, do you? We'd come to Alhofro across the Yampi Desert. It's way too dangerous. Anyone with half a brain would have just taken the bridge to the northwest. 720,000 in 19 hours? Jesus. That's crazy. In before, they just take the money and run. Because people, I mean, it really shows that people want those franchises back. Back from dinner in the rain. What are you doing eating in the rain? We have a trailer? I'll have to check it out. Armor. Other armor. Downgrades for everybody. Robe. Slight upgrade. Is anything better? Doesn't seem like it. How many game tickets are we going to have by the time we find the game ticket place? No worries, JD. You have a fantastic night. I can sell this, but obviously I don't want to. It's got to be for something story-wise. Although I could probably sell it and then like rebuy it when I need to. It's annoying that we can't sell the stupid shaman's rod. I don't want the shaman's rod. I wanted to sell these herbs. An upgrade. Not surprised that every weapon's a downgrade here. I'll wave me well wash out both my business and the weapon shopkeepers. Doesn't matter how well crafted the suit of armor is, if you can soak it in seawater, it's junk. All my furs are ruined, all my steel is rusted. It's nothing but garbage now. We were hit by the waves so strong that it swept homes off their foundations. What's worse is all my best weapons were washed out to sea. Losing all my most expensive items may well ruin my business entirely. So at least this game has an excuse for, like, shops in, like, better towns having relatively shit stuff compared to shops elsewhere. It's always the weirdest thing is when you play a game with where you start in like a major town, like one of like the kingdom, like the biggest town in the kingdom, and you have like utter trash at the shops, and you go to like little shops out in the boonies that just have like way more epic gear. Exactly, makes perfect sense. I know, right? Here's a wooden club, kid. It's like, what? you go into a shop that are like literally the background like graphic has like all these like, dozens and dozens and like epic looking armor and swords, but you can't use any of it. You can't buy any of it. You have to buy a wooden club. It's the only thing they'll sell to you. The rest is there for decoration. Yeah, that's it. part was ruined by the tidal wave, so kids aren't allowed there anymore. All I want to do is just see what kind of wind is blowing in off the sea. Just like inns. That the big town inns are like dirt cheap. But then you go out to like an inn middle of nowhere, this little boony town that somehow has an inn running, even though they've never seen any visitors, but they still have an inn. And they're going to charge you like thousands of gold. It's like, what? I don't know why they won't let us kids go down to see the dock. I want to see what kind of damage the tidal wave did. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that's the other thing too. That's the other trope of like you have this kingdom that sends you out on a quest to save the world, but they like literally just give you like here's the most basic equipment that, you know, we wouldn't even equip on our like our trainee knights. You can just have this shit. We got it off a corpse of some dude that just died at the gates. You know, just take this stuff. Go save the world. Yeah, that's it. Let me guess, you're here because you want to buy a canoe, right? Sure. Sorry, but I'm totally backlogged with pre-orders. I'm gonna be up late finishing it, these as it is. Can't raise the mast until we get rid of the debris. But I can't help get rid of the debris until I finish at least one canoe. Yep. This is like the equipment we picked off the training dummy. You can have this. It's a beaten up old cooking pot for a helmet. The boat of the warp uses a sail, so it's more efficient than any galley. But since the mast is broken, it's not going anywhere. What a waste. Still can't believe those guys wanted to buy my busted boat. One man's junk. Why would the mayor go off and sell our boat to a bunch of foreigners? Now it's got a broken mast, but come on. It may be newfangled, but it's no good if it's broken. Forget technology, I'm sticking with boats with oars, no masts for me. Those newfangled masts. I've had a lot of strangers coming through here lately. Tidal wave actually is good for Alhofro. The town is bustling with activity. I think I'll steer clear of those swarthy men at the wharf, though. They're a scary lot. Oh, trying to look at it. Nothing. Oh yeah, I mean some definitely do, but the majority of JRPGs, especially the early ones, where you're literally like the king sends you out to go save like something, and they give you like absolutely nothing. Here's enough gold to like stay at the inn once. You know what I mean? Like, seriously? Only boat spared by the tidal waves, and newfangled ship catches wind in the sail. Thing is, the mast holds up, the sail got snapped apart. I wonder if my partner has finished up the canoe yet. The sooner he finishes, the sooner we can clean things up down on the jetty. Indra into Asinia? No, not at all. Someone a traveler like you might have a better idea what happened. Oh well. Can't believe a single tidal wave caused the entire continent to move like that. But I used to be able to see Indra in the north of us, and it's definitely not there. After my boat got crushed, a couple of men came asking if I had one for sale. They're pretty swarthy. Like they might have been sailors or something. This guy's looking for a boat sure in a hurry. I wonder why. Yeah, at least I was able to unload the boat with the busted mast on them. Is this kid like a merchant? Like, doesn't seem like he would be able to sell a boat. Exactly. And then you literally have to come back later with like a magical key to like loot the coffers in the treasury. So you just end up stealing their shit anyways, so they could have just given that to you right off the bat. See how full our inn is? You think we'll be making money hand over fist? But that's not true. We just don't have the heart to charge the people who lost their homes. Guess the mayor will cover the cost of lodging everyone so we can feed them a decent meal. We're just trying to be helpful, but we're the ones who end up looking cheap. Still ought to give money to all the people who suffered from the tidal wave. That way maybe the innkeeper could afford to make us better food. I bet the master of the inn could afford to give us better food than he's been giving us. How rude. You've noticed, but a lot of folks have lost their homes in the wave. Don't mind them. Never imagined anyone from Alhofro would stay in an inn. Yep, it shows how much they trust you to save the world when they just send you off with like nothing. It's like, this guy's just gonna die like the rest we sent out. I don't think I've ever had a bite of meat or fish ever since setting foot in this inn. The smell of the fish. No, I'm drooling. It's Alhofro's famous broiled lobster. It's bigger than I could possibly have ever imagined. The keeper told me to use the cheapest ingredients to help save money. I can't believe I'm only supposed to feed the villagers vegetable dishes. We're all guests in the same inn, so why is my meal so awful? At the very least, they should let us go back for seconds in this thinking slop. Man, these guys are really they're really thankless, aren't they? Like, these guys are taking them in for free. Like, literally, they're not charging them anything. Like, what kind of crap is this place serving us? Like, come on. They're giving you a home to live in. Expect them to just use all their money to feed you? I think I've lost weight from all these vegetables. Sure, I'm looking skinnier than ever, but something tells me this just isn't healthy. Oh, I'm hungry. My tummy hurts. When's dinner time? Even just hungry, but everything they put in front of me looks delicious. I'm so hungry I could eat my own hand. Finger food. Innkeeper serves his paying guests better meals than we Alhofrans get. That's so cheap. I want gourmet meals too. They're paying guests. Freaking ingratiates in this town, I swear. It really shows people's colors after, after a disaster like this. Maybe it's all because we've been eating is vegetables, but I never seem to fill up. Like, why don't these people do something to go get some food, you know what I mean? I'll just sit in this inn, like, go out and, I don't know, go do some hunting. Go find some meat. I can't believe the innkeeper is renting out more rooms when we're busy as it is. I can't believe the innkeeper is cramming all those poor people in that tiny room. Certainly can't badmouth the mayor. They're both stingy. We all have to bear the discomfort of this place until our homes are repaired. I heard there's only one person staying in the room next door. Can't they just move one more person to that room, like me? When you're living packed together and like this, you're bound to get on each other's nerves. I just hope everything goes back to normal once we move back to our own homes. The warrior next door is so suave and handsome, just how I like them. Hope we can be friends. So we finally come. I suspected we might run into each other again, since we were both looking for boats. Unfortunately, the only boat in this town possesses has already been sold. I'll be resting here in Alhofro a bit longer. I've traveled long and hard, and I am weary. Perhaps we can get along at least until we both depart. I don't know if I want to take an apple out of sight of clearly a chamber pot. Chamber pot apple. To boost your attack power. Broken mast in the ship. The assault won't be easily fixed. That is, as long as we adepts don't do anything about it. Really, I do wish you would quit using your mind read on me. Trust me, my thoughts will become all too clear in due time. Busted. I'll never forgive the mayor for failing to come to our aid when we were all suffering. I wonder what I can do to make him suffer. Hope the mayor's treasure room doesn't run too close to the prison. If those thieves find out about it, they'll dig their way out in no time flat. I guess they're very upset with the mayor. I just hope they don't do anything rash. I know our mayor is bad, but he wouldn't stop stealing from his own people, would he? Why do we all have to be cooped up in such a small room? How am I supposed to sleep with Grandpa grinding his teeth all night? I think they put me next to Grandpa so they wouldn't have to listen to him grind his teeth. Rob's been looking around, and he says the mayor keeps all his treasure underground. He says it's south of the palace. That's all I know about it. Palace in this place? It says the hill beneath the mayor's mansion is full of tunnels. I wonder if that's true. So can we stay at the inn? Is there a room for us at the inn? Apparently there is. Oh, there's no problem. Yeah, we'll give you a room. Just kick all those people out and have them sleep in a tent. I know, right? Been a while since I saved. Alright, let's go up here first. No one's allowed to be on this point. Don't even think about it. Mary said no one goes through, and I mean to make sure no one goes through. What if we do this? No. I've yet to find an actual use for Tremor. Listen, you look like an okay guy, and I'd love to let you through, but I just can't. I mean, if I let you in, then I'd have to let everyone in, right? I'm sorry, but it wouldn't be fair. Partner's always in such a bad mood. Maybe I should bake him a cake. Did you want to see the mayor? No. The mayor's very open to meeting visitors, but he's in an important meeting right now. So it's probably good that you're not here to see him. I hate my job. I always have to be so tough and secretive around people. Deep down inside, all I really want to do is read them some poetry. Money! Alright, so can't do anything with the mayor, so go to the wharf. Smoke bomb. It's no use. Mass just won't budge, no matter how many people we get to help us. We're gonna have to get all this junk off the mast first. If we just get some decent footing, maybe we could have the thing clear in no time. There's more to it than that, though. This has something to do with that rope over there. I'm telling that that'll be a piece of cake once we get a boat that we can use. Oh yeah, piece of cake, except for that huge rock over there. Oh yeah, the rock. How are we supposed to get rid of the mass from under that thing? It's huge. Tremor, maybe? There's no way we're going to move it by ourselves. But either way, we can't do anything until finishes the canoe. The Mirror Madra here. Oh, we just like snooping on everybody's conversations. You're certain? How did he know we came to Alhofro? He knew we needed a ship, and he knew we went east. Seems pretty easy to me. Well, when you put it that way, it does make sense. He was looking to find the mayor of Alhofro. Must be hoping the mayor will tell him where we are. He'll probably tell Alhofrans we're pirates too, huh? Hey, Harry. Indeed. Get good game after good game. For once. Pirates, this seems a little unfair. What do you mean? We are pirates, aren't we? I mean, we've taken all sorts of stuff that didn't belong to us. It's only because everyone in Champa would starve otherwise. We didn't have any other choice. Ah. Even then, it's never a lot. What's not? Stuff we take. We never take too much from anyone in town. Yeah, I guess not. And what do you think that is? Why? Because you can never tell how wealthy towns will react. It's too risky, right? Hey, yeah, which is why we didn't steal anything from Alhofro. Right. That's why we avoid the risky towns, just so we... and just take what we need from the others. See, that's why you're the captain, Briggs. You've got brains coming out of your ears. There's nothing brainy about that. Did you hear that? It sounded like a girl. Who's out there? Stealing is wrong. I know, right, Sting? Stealing is bad, unless, you know, you're doing it to, you know, help your hometown or whatever. Then you just steal a little bit. You just steal from the rich towns that, you know, won't fight back. What do you think you're doing? Don't you know someone has been falsely imprisoned for your crimes? Ugh, what's your point? You have to come with us and attest to that man's innocence. And why would I want to do something like that? Oh ho! I was hoping we could avoid any ugliness, but you leave us no choice. We'll bring you in against your will if we must, but either way, you're coming with us. Isn't that right, Felix? Sure. Good for you. Let's teach these guys a lesson. You don't stand a chance. We're hardened criminal types. We eat punks like you for breakfast. Watch yourselves, you self-righteous little brats. You're the ones with the lessons to learn. I mean, they're like twice our size, for one thing. These guys ate their Wheaties this morning. No effects. Ow. Missed. Yeah. Explains everything. It would be better if I use magic now, since they're blinded us or whatever. Thank you, Daily. Thanks for the raid. Welcome. Copa, it's... Hey, Wasabi. How's it going? Yeah. Sev is moving at the moment, so Sevbot is currently down. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders, to Golden Sun 2. You're playing the original Golden Sun. Nice! Yeah, great games. Just kind of sucks, you know, the cliffhanger of the original game. But fantastic series of games. So many good games in a row. Stop summoning dudes. Second. That did no damage. Keep nuking these guys, I guess. You suppose attack. Speedrun grind, nice. What's the what's the world record for Golden Sun? Imagine it's probably crazy. Like, I would never be able to speedrun an RPG myself. Like, the amount of perfection you would have to do just to like get a little bit of time out of those things would be nuts. But it's awesome to see people do it. I just wouldn't have the patience. 319, wow. Out of curiosity, what was my time on the original Golden Sun? Golden Sun. Casual playthrough. Probably slightly longer, I'm sure. Yeah, a little bit longer. Almost a world record. I just missed the world record by a few hours. Roughly an hour. Wow, it's crazy. It's just like, I don't know. Like, when I see people speedrun those things, I'm just wondering, like, holy crap! Like the different tricks people have to like figure out to make these things, you know, super efficient like that. Insane. Ow. The double drive actually does a lot of damage. Holy crap. Maybe I shouldn't be keeping those. We're kind of in trouble here. I don't have healing on anybody anymore, do I? Totally forgot I got rid of healing on like everyone. Okay, well, he's probably close on... He's probably close to death, considering he just healed. Do I have any healing items? Need to stay alive. RPG experience are all about menuing fast, knowing how to take each encounter, yeah. It's basically all about routing, right? Just like perfect routing. Okay, good. Luckily we got the heal off before she did that, or before you did that. Gotta be getting close here. There we go. Woo. That AoE he used, that It was very close. Okay, I need to give one of my guys, I think I need to take that Piero thing off Felix. We definitely need a healer at least. Well, it takes care of that. I'm willing to bet everyone Briggs has been harassing and be quite happy to hear it. All about investing in things you absolutely need nothing more. Yeah, exactly. So they have one character alive, you know, kill off the other ones just so that one character get tons of XP, that kind of thing. Should set everyone in Indra at ease. You all seem to fear the pirate Briggs. You're lost. And pirates have honor. I'll go quietly. I won't make a scene just because I lost. Go on, hand us over to Madra, Alhofro, or whoever. Good. First thing you can tell the Madrans, the man called Piers is innocent. Fine, so what? I just have to say Piers isn't one of my men? No. Saying Piers is innocent won't clear you of any of your own crimes. Secured Briggs' vow. We should take him to the Madrans. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it doesn't split the XP, so... Wait. Can't you find in your hearts to forgive Briggs and his men? No. And who are you? My name is... Where do they come up with these damn names? Choucha? Is it like French Shosha? It's probably Shosha or something. I'm Briggs' wife. And the names they come up with in this, like, I don't know. Shosha? See, you're a pirate, too. No, Shosha hasn't done a thing. Let her be. I know Briggs and his men may have caused some great trouble with their piracy. And I know their crimes cannot be ignored. I know he's murdered thousands of people. If you know all that, then why can't you just ask... How can you ask us to just forgive him? Yeah, I imagine, like, learning an RPG, I mean, it's obviously a long process, right? I mean, you have to... There's probably, like, routing guides in that. And, of course, trying to improve on that would be the hardest part, right? Try to find, like, new little glitches or whatever. Not necessarily glitches, obviously, if you're doing a glitch list, but, like, some optimization where you do, like, this in this order or that order, or just do something slightly different that can, like, save a couple seconds. And obviously in RPGs, you know, you could save like minutes probably doing something slightly different. Yeah, RNG manipulation depending on you know, the era of the game is it's crazy. Like some of the RNG manipulation that happens in some of the games, especially the other stuff like Dragon Quest and stuff. Like it's crazy. Like you can manipulate the step counter and even like the attacks and stuff just perfectly. It's like, oh, just the thought of like trying to like remember all that stuff would be crazy. The only reason Briggs became a pirate is so he can help the people of Sheba. Everyone's the same, yeah, exactly. There's always something different, right? We Sheba are seafaring folk. Our livelihood depends entirely upon the sea. But in recent years, the people or the sea has changed. We can't live in the life we once had. The oceans have warmed, and the fish have vanished from our waters. Why it's not all Bob and Mary? Yeah, but some of the names, it's just like tongue twister. Every time you see a new name, you have to like analyze it. And okay, how do I pronounce this? The soil in Sheba is rocky and barren. No crops can grow there. No crops? So you have no grains and no meat? It sounds like life in Sheba is hard. It's not hard, it's unbearable. Our children can't eat. Our village is dying. These men promised to return with food enough for all of our people, but they found none. So we became pirates, thieves. We don't know where Sheba is. It's just on the southern corner of Angara. Southeast Angara? Isn't that near Xi'an and Lama Temple? You have good memory. If you were to head south through the mountains, you'd find it. It's so far away. Well, yeah, you think we could be successful pirates so close to home? If they had raided any towns near Champa, it would be obvious to all who the attackers were. I mean, doesn't everybody here know who the attackers are? Everybody here knows the Champanese, whatever the hell you call these guys, are like raiding their villages. I mean, and no one back home could forgive me if they knew, not even my grandmother. So where does that leave us? Are you something accepting your looting here on Indra? I'm shocked. I tell you, shocked. What's so shocking? It looks like they really are pirates, just like you said. Mr. Mayor, I'm appalled that you could not take our word for it. Probably wouldn't even have believed us if we were from... You probably wouldn't even have believed we were from Madra if the mayor hadn't come. Am I supposed to believe the accusations of a complete stranger? Is this your position, Mayor? Can I be expected to believe a tidal wave could wash Indra into Senia? Or that a group of men could walk on foot from Madra all the way to Alhofro? It sounds to me like you had forgotten all about us together. Hey, Matt. I'm doing good. Fast forward. East won the fast forward, of course. I'm not sure you remember the last time we met, do you? We met when I was just a child. It must have been more than 10 years ago now. Wait, how old is this mayor? He was just a child 10 years ago. He's a freaking young mayor. 20 years. It's been 20 years since I last saw you. Has it really been so long? It's been a long time indeed. I guess we can't blame you for forgetting his face. Don't be silly. I didn't forget his face. His face merely changed. Ahem. Forgive my interrupting your interruption, but... Would I be correct in assuming that I'm speaking to the leaders of Madra and Alhofro? You are correct. I'm the mayor of Madra. Did we meet the mayor of Madra? And I am... All the smiley faces and... I am the mayor of Alhofro. I'm Madra's town elder. I'm the close personal friend of Shin, whose lover was injured by the Champa. And I am a soldier, and so am I. I'm the scholar Kraden. He is Felix, the leader of our group. What, Felix can't speak for himself? Oh yeah, silent protagonist. I'm Jenna, Felix's sister. I'm called Sheba. I come from the town of Laviero. Now what errand has brought you all here? The mayor matter claims we came from Briggs. We followed Briggs here from Madra. Of course, we have a good reason to suspect them of being pirates. Ahem. I was honestly taken aback to hear other businessmen being slandered. If they truly are pirates, then why would they go through the trouble of buying a ship from us? Because the very funds they used to purchase the ship were pillaged from our homes. The ship was bought with Madran gold, then it belongs to the Madrans. What do you say? If you give them a ship, will that fix everything? Then where will you go? I won't run, I won't hide. Actually, I don't feel up for much of anything right now. You probably won't mind being locked up, will you? Briggs. Don't worry, Shosha. I'll be back. Take care of YOLO. Yolio. Yolio. Goddamn these words. The strange powers surprised me, but even without them, you would have overwhelmed us. We'll be taking this boat then. Taking our ship, worse than we ever were. Is she at least going to pay us for the boat? Quiet, all of you. Do as you must, but I have one request. You have to like Shosha and Iolo. Iolo, let's just call him Iolo. It's probably completely wrong, but stay in the boat until it's repaired. You haven't done Alhofro any homebrigs. Let's keep him locked up until the boat was repaired. YOLO. YOLO! And our prisoner appears. Is he one of your men? I don't know any Piers. Sounds to me like he made a pretty big mistake. See, it's just as I said. Piers is innocent. You must return to Madra and free him immediately. Me? What? Alone? Only 2 of us remain here. You can return to Madra with the others. Understood. We'll return immediately. Can you come with us, please? Looks like that wraps up this whole mess. Let's return to my mansion for a nice cup of tea. I see your name is Kraden? Thank you very much for the help with Briggs. If you have the time, please come see me in my mansion before you go. It's nothing special, but I would like to thank you for everything you've done. Why do I get the feeling the mayor of Alhofro prefers to deal with my father over me? Thank you all very much. Due to your efforts, Piers is going to be released. And now this fine ship belongs to Madra. None of this would have come to pass if it were not for you. Thank you. Unfortunately, I don't have any reward I can offer you here. Oh, pish posh. We don't need any reward, do we, Felix? Yes, we need a reward. Wait, yes, we don't need a reward, or no, we... Ha, your honesty is refreshing, Felix. So, what shall we do? I know, come to Madra after the boat has been fixed and we've sailed home. After, we are still recovering from the effects of the tidal wave, so it won't be much. But we do want to give you some kind of reward. Well, shall we be going? I see, so... Oh, nothing, never mind. I do get to stay on the boat, right? At least until it's repaired? Yes, that's where I'll be if you need me, with YOLO. You're the kind of bag for Shosha. What can we do about it? After all, she's the one who married to a pirate. So what should we do now? So should we try to find Piers? He could prove enlightening. That's true, he seems to be a water adept. He may be able to tell us a little bit about these lands. Do you think we can help them to fix the boat? Say, if we help with the boat, maybe they'll give us a ride back to Madra. Good idea. What do you say, Felix? Nah. You're opposed to it? Well, since you seem to have your own ideas, let's get going. I'm just saying no to everything. It's great. Secret. Maybe this is where we use Tremor. This looks like Tremor would just like be enough to push it over the edge. Hey, finally, Tremor actually has a use. Great, now we get a brain that was on top of a box. A large bread. Okay. Guess that's good for somebody. Yeah, I know, right? Like, how long has this thing been on top of that box? If there's anybody that's hungry or something, I guess we need to give that to them. If we need to go visit the inn after that. Playing to help with the mast, right? Even Briggs and his parts could fix that max. How are we supposed to? We need our help, and at least I have to try. Isn't that right, Felix? Well then, we better get right to it, hadn't we? Drummer. Okay, well the tremor definitely made that thing move, so just have to be closer, I guess. Okay, definitely didn't do it from here. You gotta go from the other side. Poor fish. They're all dead now. Where are we going with this? No idea what I'm doing with this box. Oh. Yeah, clearly he's doing something, but... Oh, okay. I mean, why do they make it look like it was shaking? I mean, that's just... Okay, we obviously need to push that in the water, but I tried pushing it the other way and it wasn't working, so... It wouldn't let me move it the other direction. Clearly it has to go in the water to act like a, Oh, ran out of pee-pee. Not pee-pees, though. Guess the pirates are building houses. Why, look at this. Oh, honey, you found some gold coins. Quick, pickpocketer. Way to go, Mom. So how much did you find? Oh, well, it's not too much. It's only 5 coins. That's great, though. We can use it to buy some food. No, you can't. Sheba's food is like, I don't know, what, 10 gold for an herb? I do have some old stale bread. I'm gonna start looking, too. Here, have some stale bread. A stroke of luck, right when you really needed to. There might be more, so let's keep looking. Dad lost the draw, so our house is going to be the last one to get fixed. If there's any more money hidden around here, and I'll keep helping with the cleaning, too. All my nerds are going to work together to help rebuild my house. A friend in need is a friend indeed. I'm so hungry I can't even move. Fine. Have a laughing fungus. Use? Jenna uses large bread. Jenna eats the large bread in front of the kid. Thanks, mister. The kid ate the bread. The kid puked up his guts. Oh wow, I feel so much better. Look how much energy I've got now. Jeez, mister, I don't know how I can repay you. Money works. Wait, I got it. Do you like adventures? Sure. Then you totally have to go check out the caves under the mayor's mansion. Go find my dad. He's up there near the path near here. Entrance just past him. Feeling a lot better thanks to you, mister. If you get any more food, would you bring it to me too? I do have this suspicious looking mushroom. Rest at the inn so we can get our PB back. I love how we have enough money to like feed the entire town, by the way, and we're just like, nah. We're just gonna stay at the inn. We just like push her out of the way. Let's save after that. Let's go check out the adventure place. You're the ones who gave my son some food, aren't you? Did you want to go see the cave? Sure. Only letting you pass because you did good by my son. Only letting you by so you can explore a little. Make sure you don't lay a hand on any of the mayor's treasure. No, we totally won't. We're just gonna go look. Just have a look-see, that's all. So I'm not gonna steal anything. This looks suspicious. Okay, didn't break. Ooh, that's a treasure. Bunch of new monsters. Weak monsters. What a weird place to hold your treasure. Just throw a cave. Just lug a bunch of treasure chests all the way to the back of the cave with some convoluted, you know, puzzles and stuff like that blocking the way. Just because. Not really much of a puzzle, it's just like, use all your abilities. Conveniently leave some rope here. Just in case. Ixion mail. Big sign of that. Oh, it's not that much better. Resist wind and water, though. Lucky metal. Over using a special fountain. Okay, stop giving any crap that I can't use. It's just clogging up my inventory. 1, 2, 3 coins. How do we get these monsters? How do we get to those other chests? I know, right? Except the inventory in this is a lot more limited. I just have to keep stacking things that can stack for now. Gotta go sell this armor. It's bad I can't get rid of this stupid shaman's rod. I gotta find out where this fungus is used. There's another mushroom there that I couldn't get to. Well, we should be able to get to it now that we have the dude. Give this to her. Not only that, of course, all the equipment it uses up your inventory, so that's another thing that's annoying. At least in Final Fantasy, when you equip something, it would come out of your main inventory. This one's like, no, all this equipped stuff, yeah, it's using up your inventory space. Like, how many things do I have equipped here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9 things equipped out of my 15 slot inventory. This is sad. How did we get there? Well, it is a Camelot RPG. I mean, we're looking at a game that had like an inventory of what, like 4 slots, 3 slots for the Shining Force games. So Camelot doesn't do big inventories. Oh. Well, the DS one probably didn't do all that well, and after that point, Camelot was basically like stuck to doing, you know, sports games for Nintendo. So I'm sure if they had the opportunity, they would probably make another one. It's too far to move, isn't it? Can I go down somehow? Yeah, Kickstarter seems like everybody jumps on those Kickstarters. Jump down here somehow. I can't move this thing. They are, but people want. I mean, to be fair, well, Golden Sun games probably were less niche than the Shining Force games, but like, I'm sure everybody would love like kind of a Shining Force, either a sequel or just give us the original like Shining Force, like the Shining Force 3 games, right, as a collection. I'm sure people would jump on that. It wouldn't be hard. Just have to localize it. The game's already done. You just have to localize it. Just hell, pay the fan people who did the fan translations to localize it. Boom, it's already done. Can't reach that. How'd the ghoul dodge the blow? Yeah, but wasn't that a pretty early... actually, was it early? I think it was relatively early in the DS's life cycles. They probably didn't have a lot of time to really work with the hardware, which probably didn't handle things. I can't move that from up here, can I? Was it late? Well, who knows what they were doing development time at that point. Yeah, didn't it hit its goal and then some, like, in the first hour or whatever? It's like almost $750,000 now in like 24 hours. Which is nuts. Clearly shows that people want those games, so kind of shows the companies like, hey, guess what? These people there's a huge fan base for these games. Make more of them. Stop making this other crap that you keep pushing out on people. It's like games as a service bullshit. I mean, Lash isn't going to do anything here. This is a way down that I'm not seeing. Maybe we have to go up to the mayor's place first. Oh, Felix, go on in. The mayor's been looking forward to meeting with you. Oh, Felix, welcome, welcome. Listen, sorry about all that not letting you in business before. Don't take it personally. What do you think of Alhofro? Have you taken a fancy to it? No. Why don't you follow your feet to the south? There are plenty of delights in warriors, or for warriors such as you in the middle of Osenia. You should go to the watchtower and gaze southward. On a clear day, you can see the most amazing view of Ayers Rock from there. Oops. There are numerous tales about the rocky peak we call Ayers Rock. Ayers Rock looks so odd that many people think there must be something hiding in there. $7 coins, woo! Totally worth exploring. I've been saying Indra was in the right place for some time now. Nobody would believe me until the mayor of Madra actually walked here. Oops. I sat and gazed at the continent every day. I don't know where the continent should and shouldn't be, I tell you. This is clearly a very flat Earth, considering, you know, this thing is like 3 floors up. You can see another continent from the from here. We're obviously on a flat Earth. Looky here, can't you see Ayers Rock up there? No. Well, I guess today is a bit cloudier than usual. Ayers Rock is another name. They call it the Windy Peak. You almost never see clouds near it. The longer I sit here gazing at Ayers Rock, the more I grow to love it. All it takes is one glance, and you're convinced it holds some mystery deep within. You bought all the DLCs. How much did that cost you? Yeah, I can imagine. You're hooked, Nico. You're hooked. It's got its claws into you. The seafood stew has an abundant variety of fish. One bite of that and I'd be hooked. Just like the fish were. Our town was ripe with pirates until just recently. Your efforts have removed a scourge from our town. We truly owe you our gratitude. These pirates never did us any harm, but that's because they were up to something. 25 euros, wow. Oh hey, you got the game for cheap. Okay, let's check the jar. Didn't find anything. What? Mountains to the east of Alhofro are the Baloo Range. They divide Osenia in two. We call the area on the other side of the Baloo Range East Osenia. I'm sure the mayor has his reasons for halting repairs on the sailboat. The mayor feels the Madra should only get back to what was stolen from them, nothing more. But now it seems the Madrans are getting the better end of the deal. The mayor thinks it's unfair the Madra should benefit while Alhofro suffers. That's why he's keeping the pirates' money and using it to repair Alhofro, not the boat. If Madra wants their boat fixed, then you just have to pay us to have it fixed. I mean, the pirates did buy a broken boat, so they kind of, you know, it's kind of only fair. €8 in DLC, €6. DLC normally is €40. Well, Mira hates seeing anyone else make money, so I'm sure he'll make the stuff on Madra. Hehehe, Mira doesn't play fair. Briggs tells me that there is a huge towns on the continent that lies across the Eastern Sea. He tells me that by trading with one another, all these towns prosper and grow. I made a decision. If Alhofro is to prosper, then we must trade too. Trade and grow. I'm going to build an entire trade fleet and make lots of money. Still, there must be other pirates and freebooters still roaming around the high seas. Felix, Briggs told me that you and your friends fought with great strength. If you could lend me that strength, we would not fear any pirates. So if you'd just be willing to help us out, our town would begin trading and prospering. What do you say? Do we have a deal? Sure. Let's stop saving the world. Aw, such a pity that you don't see the potential of this partnership. I certainly hope that you'll reconsider, and we stand to make a lot of money. I'm planning glorious new sailing ships that we can begin trading immediately. Certain this will go well. We'll both become very, very wealthy indeed. Such a fantastic idea. No one who thought of it. So naturally, it need only be me alone who profits from it. DLCs have a lot of content. Probably not so much for that game. I'm sure, like, for those kind of games, oftentimes the DLC just has a whole bunch of, like, extra costumes and stuff. So you're paying just for, like, new skins for your characters. I mean, there's probably some extra, like, story content as well, but probably mostly skins. Gotta have the swimsuit DLC, for example. I mean, it's always a must for those kind of games. Darn that mayor. Why did he get the mast fixed up for us right away? I'm starting to think the mayor and Alhofro never planned on repairing that boat at all. I was a fool to believe that he would help us. If we leave the boat here and go home, the mayor of Alhofro keeps the boat and the money. There must be a way to fix the boat without relying on the Alhofro's help. He's already been paid to fix the boat, and he says that he was only while it was Briggs. He probably expects us to pay for the repairs a second time, that greedy pig. Again, did the pirates pay him to fix the boat? From what I understood, the pirates paid him for the boat, but they didn't, like, pay to have it repaired. Looks like they were trying to repair it themselves. The money Briggs used to pay for that boat was stolen from our people. I don't think it's wrong for us to expect the mayor of Alhofro to honor his promise. 100th floor dungeon. Yeah, but I mean, 100th floor dungeon is like randomly generated dungeons. I mean, that could be like a very low effort thing, right? It could be like one of those things that just, you know, throw like an extra boss in there. J.R. Chadwick, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Where are you playing today, J.R.? There's more Dark Souls. Nice. Still enjoying that one, I hope. Welcome to Golden Sun. It's a very golden sun indeed. Let's go finish fixing that boat. Now we have our PP back. There's still that treasure. Yeah, I want to go back. There's gotta be a way to progress further into that the dungeon there, that little backroom cave. I didn't see anything that It looked like it needed to have freeze to progress. So it was like this thing and hope they don't have like any secret passages or something. I guess they're way across here or something. Maybe we need reveal. I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a secret passage here. From what the NPCs have mentioned, it seems like that Ayers Rock probably has reveal. So maybe we come back with reveal potentially. Will the internet say it's worth it? We shall see. It's going okay? Very good. Alright, so let's write that down. Reveal. Caverns? Question mark. Potentially need to reveal here. I can't see what else we would use. Like pound wouldn't do anything, digging up wouldn't do anything, maybe tremor, but yeah, usually tremor only works when things are like obviously there. So very likely you can't do anything until we get reveal. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, if you're enjoying the game, then it's definitely worth picking up the DLC, right? As long as it's not horse armor. Remember when horse armor was the butt of jokes? Man, if they saw the future and the kind of crap we have to deal with for, like, microtransactions, they would not have been laughing at the horse armor. Like, man, this is like good DLC. Yeah, let's go finish fixing up that boat, I guess. Hopefully all the stuff we did before didn't get reset on the boat. Be good. Okay, it did reset the position of that box at least. Okay, I did try this the first time and it didn't work. I tried pushing it that way and the game's like, no. Hopefully. How do I push it? How do I push it more than that? That's what I need to do. I get that rope up first, and then I could, push this first. Alright, JR, you have a great night. Thanks again for the read. How do we get to that one? Okay, maybe now that we did the rope thing, we can, like, climb the rope. There we go. Looks very precarious. around this way. It's a lot of busy work just to get the stupid sail fixed here. Tremor. Oh, the rock wasn't actually like lighting up, which means it's not a... Scoop it? Pound it? Can't move it. What do we do with this rock? I don't know what we're going to do about this rock. I think we've done all we can here. Let's get going. Guess we can't do anything with this rock. We finish here, Felix. I mean, finish as much as we can. Wait, you want to do this now? You're telling me we should just give up? Just don't see how much more help we can be here, Sheba. So maybe we should start searching for another ship then. Not that I was planning on borrowing the Madron's ship. Although I did plan on asking them if we could use it once we get back to Madra. But it doesn't look like the ship will be leaving anytime soon. All that just to say, like, we can't fix it. So I think maybe we should just forget about that and start our way again, Felix. Oh, what a slap in the face. All that work and the game's just like, okay, well you did all that for nothing. Continue on. Maybe we find a bomb or something we have to use on the actual, like, rock itself, but... No. I guess I aren't saying anything, so... think it's the first time we got a preemptive strike. That's one thing that was kind of irking about Final Fantasy II. It's like every encounter was either we got a preemptive strike or the enemy got a preemptive strike. It's very rare we got a fight that was like even. And of course the enemy's got a lot of preemptive strikes. Alright, let's go over here. Right, let's go back to this town over here. I hope so. Unless, of course, you know, unless you're a completionist, you need to get like 100% of the trophies or whatever. And of course, you know, to get 100% of the trophies, you need to have the DLC, which is stupid. At least for, you know, for Sony anyways, and obviously for Xbox they do their own thing, but for Sony there's what else is this? Oh, this is the Airy Rock. The Platinum doesn't require you to do the DLC stuff, but to get 100% you definitely do. What was that place again? Yeah, I think I remember going there and I was like, oh, we'll come back here later, because we're not supposed to go there now. Yeah, exactly. But that would really suck if you play a game and then, you know, you 100% the game, but then they come out with the DLC later, so you have to go back to the game to get 100%. Let's say you were like, you're OCD about that. That would be a slap in the face. You basically have to play like a dead game to make sure that, you know, they never come out with any more DLCs. It's a new town. I haven't been here before. Garo, oh yeah, it's the Wolfman town. Really should go back and get the dude. This is a really awkward entrance to your town. It's gotta make it look like the sun setting, so let's make it take a long time to get there. Garoo! Awoo! What was that? Awoo! Those look like a mice. Woo! Eek! I don't believe it. Was that a... What, Kraden? Do you know what that thing was? Well, perhaps. So what are you waiting for? Tell us. We literally had NPCs that told us about these people. There's nobody here listening. I suspect it might have been a lycanthrope. A lichen what? Just think of them as a race of people born with special powers. Kind of like adepts, you mean? Yes, that sounds about right. Sheba, you put it quite well. Fairies. The full moon, they're gone off to Yif. Adepts borrow their abilities from the power of the elements, but while lycanthropes borrow theirs from the power of the beasts. This is why they take the forms of animals. They may look frightening. We must try to communicate with them. Lycanthropes, werewolves, whole village in hiding. Is it just me, or does Kraden seem a little too happy to find werewolves? Oh, Kraden's with his people now. What, me? Happy to find werewolves? You must be joking. I guess I'm just curious about all the secrets of these new lands. Any real scholar would be thrilled to explore a new land full of mysteries, huh? So are there werewolves only on Oceania? Yes, so how could you even have known about them, Kraden? Don't look as... You better go erase your laptop history, browser history real quick there, Kraden. Yeah, that's weird. Alright, so I lied. I'm glad we found the werewolves there. Are you happy? You know what? I even want to get a closer look if I can. So let's go. Let's go find us some werewolves. He can finally embrace his persona. How would we even get up there? Maybe we'd have come from the north or from the south. Let's see if we get in there from the south. Here's those stairs. So, you say you saw a werewolf? No. Of course not. You should know there's no such thing. Not here. I'm sorry, but on nights of the full moon, we can only sell claws and fangs. You probably wouldn't want to have any use for those, would you? What? And Kraden totally would. Fortunately, you should come on a night of the full moon, sir. Come during the day to see our full range of wares. There are lots of strange-looking plants spoiling in that large pot. It's got a familiar smell I just can't put my finger on. Our oldest son is always scampering off late at night. Where is he? Oh, trying to look at the oven. Stop, lady. Ew, they're frying up bug larvae. It looks awful, but it smells great. Good evening, Waters. Are you looking for something? Sure. Searching for werewolves, eh? No. Sorry, I just thought I'd ask. Got some crazy folk coming through here, and I had to ask. Oh yes, mind read. Keep forgetting about that. Step up, mine just won't listen. He went out when he shouldn't have. Just wanted to see the moonlight, and now his father blames me for it. Outsiders should never understand the gifts the moon has given us. No fair, my brother always gets to go out late. I made Master Maha take my brother out into the rock. I want to see what's in there. It's grim luck that brings strangers here in the gloom of the full moon. Why do they have a bed right in their shop, by the way? I mean, usually they put it in the back room, not like in the front. What kind of shop is this? I don't think I want to read their minds. I should be outside, howling to the pack, not stuck in here. Strangers seem normal enough, except that they're up late for outsiders. Maybe Kraden needs to go buy some weapons alone for a few hours. You there, strangers should not go out at night. Guests are welcome in Garrow, but they would do well to stay in at night. Foreigners only come here en route to Era's Rock. Only a chosen few can reach the peak. Meh, I saw a silhouette of a man in the well. Good evening. Forgive me for not taking my hood off. It's just, I don't care much for the full moon's light. Such gorgeous moonlight. If only I could take off this hood. Ayers Rock can get quite desolate. After all, it's in the middle of the desert. So we will see nothing of the true Ayers Rock. Our current guests saw only the wind and dust. Clear night around here always means fair weather on the morrow. So you come all this way, so you might as well go to Ayers Rock too. It only rains a few times a year there. Ayers Rock is in a desert, so what else would you expect? It's a lamb on the bone, broiled over open flame. The lamb is golden brown and juicy. You'd probably notice if I took some. Too bad. Lamb. It does sound delicious. Oh, what a waste. It's just a big rock. Climbed all over that stupid rock, and for what? Nothing. Was a whirlwind, windstone. Ugh. That rock was huge. How am I supposed to make it spin? I guess you had to use whirlwind on the wind rock. Don't you love the sight of the full moon? Sure. Yes, I agree, but it brings me grief. We cannot enjoy the sight of it directly. The full moon is usually so festive. It's boring having to wear these hoods when strangers come. Garoo! Whoops. Just calling my dog. Sounded good, huh? Which one of us was it who removed his hood in front of these strangers? Let's check the barrel. We didn't find anything. Heard about the windstone. Using whirlwind on makes something happen. Wish I knew what would happen. Something weird, I guess. Garo exists to protect Ayers Rock. In exchange, we gain its powers ourselves. We have other powers than just whirlwind. I wonder which will inherit the powers of Master Maha. You heard of whirlwind, most people haven't. Even in Garo, only a chosen few can use it. Different people use whirlwind different ways. Master Maha's mastery of whirlwind would put anyone to shame. What's that? Lobster grilled in the shell? I'd like to experience this luxurious culinary treat at least once in my life. It's a bad game. This game's a bad game? Oh, this game's a great game. I mean, it's not perfect by any means, but I mean, it's a fantastic game for the GBA for sure. Sticky feather reduces monster encounters. Bad compared to Metabots, exactly. Oh yeah, this is definitely much worse than the GBA. I mean, it's definitely... I'd say it's definitely in the top quarter of the GBA library, for sure. Still way better than the DS sequel, yeah. Did you come from Alhofro? So it must have come by the way of Mixala. If you're going to Ayers Rock, take the crossroads west of Alhofro. Never change my stock, unlike the weapons and armor shop keeps. Everybody needs to experience Metabots. Yep. You need to experience at least once in your life. This keeps giving his nuts to Jenna. This is the regular nut now, not a hard nut. Whenever people grow older, they generate strange powers. Of course, I'm just a wee pup in people years. My cats rolled on the stone, just like I was supposed to, so why didn't I gain powers that Maha wields? Yeah, I know, right? It is kind of neat. Sometimes you get little Easter eggs. And for the most part, I'm trying to think if there's any point where the mind reading was... I mean, there was sometimes when the mind reading actually advanced the story a bit. But so far it's just been like extra lore, if anything. Newt skewered over an open flame. Are they making food or some kind of strange medicine? My mate is close to obtaining the power he's been seeking. If he succeeds and carries on Master Maha's traditions, I'll be so proud. I'm gonna treat people in the first game, yeah. Oops. Welcome back, Mr. J. How goes it? Why is there a priest here? Wasn't there like the whole priest in the other town, like about like all these heathens in Garo here? People here may be different, but they certainly are nice. And those abilities of theirs are amazing. No matter what it takes, I will save the souls of these poor villagers. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, there's the reveal, I guess. What? Outsiders here? Use reveal. Guess we need reveal first. Yeah, they should just combine golf with this one. Start transitioning into their sports series early on. This is where we use whirlwind. No. Yeah, most likely we need to use reveal here, and it's probably an invisible platform in the middle. Question is, how do we get revealed? Is that wolf dude who's like, nope. We probably have to do the... probably have to go to Air's Rock and use that whirlwind thing, and that'll give us reveal. Very likely. I think we explored everything we can explore in town anyways. Let's go to the inn, see if that advances the daytime or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Like the old man was like, you know, it's a short span in like human years or whatever. So it seems to imply that these guys are living in like dog years, which kind of sucks. The old man's probably like 30, but he's actually like 100 or like it's probably like 200 years old. Why is it still nighttime? I slept all night. I slept 24 hours. Damn it, we need to sleep less. Okay, well, I can't really do anything until we get reveal anyways. For sure now it's daytime. Still sucks we haven't found another, we haven't found another Jinn anywhere in the overworld. Go check like every dead end for a couple encounters just to see. Still bad murdered the series, yeah. I don't know. I haven't played it myself, but I'm not sure if they killed the series off because it did poorly or just because they moved on to do other things for Nintendo. It's probably more what it was. Nintendo was like, hey, we need somebody to do sports games. But we're an RPG designer. Yeah, who cares about that? You're doing sports games now. Yeah, that probably doesn't help things either. Big empty area between the two. If there's gonna be a there's gonna be some Jinns around here somewhere. Over here would be a very logical spot for a Jinn. Like, nice kind of empty area off the beaten path. Wasn't really that bad. Yeah, it's probably one of those things, like it's probably the worst of the series, but is it bad compared to some of the other DS jank I'll probably end up playing? Probably not. It's not like Lunar or Dragon Song or whatever, right? And that's a way to kill off the series. I think Dragon Song is like the first DS game too, so once I get to the DS, I'll be one of the first ones I play. It's gonna be brutal, isn't it? I mean, I've never played it myself, but I hear it's bad. One more encounter. Like, isn't the one where you have to choose whether you want experience or money when you kill, when you do encounters? And if you want to dash, like I'm doing right now, you would like use up your health or some bullshit thing. Like, how did this game pass QA? Like, you think somebody at QA would have been like, hey, you know what? This is a bad idea. Let's not do this. Nope, everybody signed off on it. Like, this is fine. People like this. That's what people really want in their lunar RPGs. Playing working designs. Except it wasn't working designs at that point. Working designs was dead. I mean, if Working Designs brought that game over, they probably would have made it worse. Yeah. Gotta add dick jokes and pop culture references that nobody gets, like, 10 years after the fact. HP drains all the time to add challenge, yep. Like, even if you're just walking normally, it drains your HP, so you have to like stay in place for like 5 minutes to regain, to slowly regenerate your HP or something. I just want like one gin. There's gotta be something somewhere in this area. I mean, it's such a large area with a whole bunch of like fairly off the beaten path dead ends. I mean, it's gotta be at least one gin around here. Preferably be the missing water one that we're missing. Like 3 encounters in any kind of dead-end area, and again, I don't know how limited the area would be to, like, would let's say there's a gin around this area, would it be just in the forest, or would like over here work? Like how wide is the area, I wonder? Down over here. World map that makes you redo dungeons every time you want to go somewhere for maximum fun. No, it's always fun. No fast travel. Just gotta keep going through the same dungeons over and over. Ugh. Yeah. In the first game, it didn't seem to be as bad. Because it was a lot more obvious, I guess, where like the djinn were in the map. This one seems like the maps are just. I'm sure the map is way bigger in this one than it was in the first one, which means there's a lot more kind of dead end, off the beaten path areas. Yeah, see that would definitely be good if it was like somebody that hinted like, oh yeah, I remember seeing like a creature in the northern forest or something like that. You know, like something that would at least narrow down like, oh yeah, there's probably something nearby in the northern forest, right? Just something like that. It's clearly still strategy guides. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I guarantee you they advertise the strategy guide in the manual too. Well, no, like if you have this really big area and there's no like clearly defined, you know, like even if somebody like just hinted at it, which would be a lot more would make a lot more sense in the game world, right? Like somebody's like, hey, I remember seeing this strange creature running around in this forest. You know, that's like in-game lore. Like it rewards you for talking to the NPCs and reading their minds, maybe. Like, if there's just like vague general areas where they hang out in this really large world, and you're just supposed to find this random thing, it's kind of a slap in the face. Especially if it's a random encounter. Like, if let's say they showed up on the map. So let's say you saw the little dude like running around, like, okay, well, you know, there he is, let's go find him. But no, just random encounters. Again, I don't know like how specific the areas would be either. Like, do they only show up in forests? Do they only show up in like these? Do they show up in these little things? Oh, there's one right now. See, like completely random. You know, like fuck. See, it's like just a random one, middle of nowhere. You know what I mean? Like it's. Speak of the devil. Well, this is the water one. This might be the water one that was like kind of missing on my list. I'm hoping. Hopefully I didn't skip one. I guess we'll know really shortly. There's not even any like special music either, which it kind of like I just realized like, wait a second, that's the djinn. I think he better not run away. At least we know, if he does run away, at least we know where he is. If he's in this area, I should say. Fuck, of course he runs away. Speak of the devil, right? Okay, at least we know he spawns in this area, so... Man. That's another annoying thing, too, the fact that they run away. Which is especially annoying, like, in here, okay, whatever, it's a random encounter. But when it's, like, on the field, like in a dungeon, and you have, like, a weird, long-ass puzzle sequence to get to the djinn, and then it runs away from the battle, and you have to go redo that fucking puzzle sequence. You have to, like, leave the room and come back. Like, what? Why is this a thing? Okay, actually, this is a good time to test. Like, let's see if I go in this forest. Does he spawn in this forest? Okay. So at least the area is not just specifically that little. So it's a relatively like bigger chunk, anyways. Easily removed. These things can fly, though. 99 damage, maximum damage. You better not fucking run away again. Nice. Got him quick. Hooray! Alright, let's see which one this is. I'm hoping it's that second water one. If it's the third water one, that means there's a good chance we missed the water one somewhere. Sour. Okay, good. So I'm pretty sure that that third fire one is the one in the town, where the like above those old folks. I just need to figure out if there's probably something I have to give those old folks. I mean, we're heading back to that town anyways, so... there, I don't know, there's some elemental spirits or something. Yeah. And for some reason you need to beat the snot out of them for them to join you again for some odd reason. Makes no sense. Okay, so so far we found one over here. I mean, it was like middle of a, like, it wasn't even a dead end. It was literally just like a path. Like I was going from Madara to Countdown Cliffs, and it was like right around here. I met it, which is like really weird. It was middle of a common path, right? This one at least was kind of off the beaten path a bit. It was like over here, right? So it was kind of like a dead end that was middle of nowhere. So that's usually where I think of checking for these things, like, oh, we got this long path that goes to nothing. I mean, there's a good chance we have one. So the fact that that's the last water one means there's probably no more around this area, because if it gave me, let's say, another earth one or an air one, then I definitely would have thought I would have missed another water one somewhere. So far I think like there might be another one I missed somewhere, but it feels like at least up to this point we're probably okay. I mean, there's very likely another one around here somewhere at least. If I look at the map, I don't know where there's like towns and stuff, but like something like this here. If there's no towns here, this would be a good spot to potentially have one, or up here somewhere. Like most likely, I mean, I really wish you could be able to zoom in, get like a medium view of the map. Like you can either get like a super zoomed out version, or this version here, but nothing closer. Is there even a path to go from here to here? Don't see any obvious path. There was another dungeon over here, wasn't there? Let's go to this town first. I'm pretty sure that at this point the axe is a downgrade compared to that mace I got, but let's double check. Oh, it's slightly better. Just to say, does it have a special ability? Okay, it doesn't have a special ability, so the other one is probably better if it gets the special attack off. That one boosts our PP, but yeah, it's fine. We'll sell it anyways. Mirror tennis dialogue, yeah. Yeah, then Camelot really loves their dialogue sound. They basically use the same thing from like their first game. The Gore Raid! Gore, how's it going? Welcome, Raiders, to Golden Sun. How are you playing today, Gore? Awesomeness, what are you doing? Strange Journey Redux. Very cool. How is that one? There's so many SMT games. Eventually they'll come up with fast forwards and they'll be picked, I'm sure. Artifacts. Download a core. Yes, it's totally legitimate cartridge that I stuck inside my PC. I stuck it in the GBA slot on my computer. Yep, totally. You know, I tried to buy a digital version of this game. on my Switch. Didn't exist. Not my fault. Can I read the minds of the animals? Ba-ba. Oh yeah, I just loves to eat me some grass. Yum. Buck, buck, buck. Ground here is so soft, I just want to scratch it and dig. Buck, buck. Felix just keeps giving his nuts to Jenna. I mean, isn't it Jenna's sister? That's just wrong, Felix. It's a copy of a physical cartridge, exactly. Yep. I mean, it's totally a backup of my own cartridge, yeah. Mr. Are you an explorer? Sure. Awesome, don't tell anyone, but I want to be an explorer too someday. I love exploring out behind my house. It's my secret place. Secret place? Alright, let's go steal his stash. There's nothing back here, stupid kid. Exactly. I'm just temporarily borrowing it. It is garbage. It's just a magazine with the pages glued together somehow. I don't know with what. Alright, before we go to Ayers Rock, let's go see if we can pick up Piers. Wait, just says the ground is soft and he likes to bucket. There's no soft ground to do. Murdered. We need fast travel. When did we get fast travel? I guess I see, like, this is another perfect spot here for Jin, right? It's in the middle of nowhere. But I checked the spot for like a good 5+ encounters and there was nothing here, so that's another thing I mean, in that case there, like, when I found the Jin, I found it like twice in a row, so that's promising. At least that wasn't like you know, like 3 or 4 encounters before I found it again. So maybe if you're in an area where the Jin spawns, like, he's gonna be the first thing you run into, hopefully. Yeah, it's probably when Isaac's gonna join my team. It's probably like right at the end of the game. It's like, haha, you put your password in for this shit. Good thing you waited so long for it. Whoa. Drawbridge that doesn't draw. Hey, you lot, hold it right there. Hang on, there's no need to stop them. They couldn't be involved with this mess. If you're talking about the pirate incident, I believe we resolved that to everyone's satisfaction. has nothing to do with the Champa this time, old man. This time, the Kibombo attacked us. Old man? Wait, did you say you were attacked again by the Kimbombo? Do you really know about the Kimbombo? Sure. It must be pretty worldly, considering they rarely leave the heart of Gondwan. When did all this happen? Not too long ago. Right after the mayor left, actually. It was them, wasn't it, Felix? Sure. Of course. It did seem to be acting awfully strange when we saw them in that cave. Was anything stolen? Only a single black orb. Everything else was untouched. A black orb? I'm afraid we don't have that much more information than that. I know, right? Get those to the Champa, so I'll tell you what. Maybe you could look around in the mayor's house. It's the only one that was robbed. Briggs didn't have nearly many pirates under him, as we thought he did. He did an amazing job of flanking the town, considering how few men he had. Wait, if Briggs only had 4 crew members, then they couldn't have outflanked us. He must have had help from someone else. There's plenty of things I want to investigate in this cave. And until I do, there's no way I'm going to seal the entire thing off. See, is there anything new? Nope. He's one of the worst characters. He is. You think he'd at least be helping out the team? No, he's just tagging along and... You gotta be the Briggs? Sure. Does that mean you'll go thump the Kimbombo too? Never. It's one optional scene. Should keep a bad ending. First hear the Kimbombo up there, the attack, but he had to turn back. It's very fast running. They call him the Cheetah. I guess he learned that he can't race against old age. Kimbombo apparently used ropes to climb down the cliffs. We can't climb back after the cliffs from this side. Just a little bit younger. I think I might have been able to catch those Kimbombo. Let me get this guy out of his pen. Nice trimmer. It's like this gate doesn't light up, which means it's not interactable like normal. I tried pound on it. Dig a hole. Tried roll wind on it. Maybe we have to use reveal once we get that. Yeah, the choices really don't matter. They're always, no matter if you say no, they're always like, oh, okay, well, we'll do it anyways. The A button presser, yeah. Alright, let's go see Piers. Is he still in the prison, or did he, like, leave? Should see my partner in that fight. Just mix up right until they took him down. Man, that takes courage. Everyone yelled at me for running away last time, so next time I'm gonna fight. But the thing is, last time I took such a beating and I got lumps in my head. Ouch. Alright, I guess he's gone now. Prison wasn't one of the Champa, that's why I let him go. You shouldn't just keep an innocent man in prison for no reason. Something really frightening about Piers. I'm glad to be rid of him. He went after the Kimbombo, but I doubt he'll make it back from Gondwan alive. Alright, so I figured. Okay, so we definitely that's where we're supposed to be going is next, so I need to go back to the area then. I was hoping I'd get him and then go back to the other place, but that Piers guy wasn't a pirate after all, huh? It still doesn't answer where the ice came from. That freaked me out. Felix had his leg bones fused together in tragic childhood accident. He also had his voice box destroyed. That's why he doesn't speak. Alright, let's go back to the Airy Stone. Actually, what was my last save? Was it one nearby? Considering how often I save, which is not very. Okay, well, it's before I got the wind thing, but at least I know where it is. Let's just walk back. Whatever. Yeah, it's one of those things. Well, I mean, a lot of times other characters talk for him too. It's not. Sometimes you get those silent protagonists where like other characters act as if he's speaking, even though he doesn't actually say anything. So they like agree with something he doesn't say, kind of thing. Other times, like this one, it's like they just ignore his presence or they speak for him or something like that. Like it never seems like he's actually part of the conversation anyway. Yep. But again, Camelot is infamous for that too. I mean, look at the Shining Force 3 games. In Shining Force 3 games, the current protagonist you're playing in your part is a silent protagonist, but all the other characters that you interact with, like that have their own parts, they actually speak. And when you play them, and of course they interact with the character that was from the first part or whatever, then you know they're silent now, but that character speaks. So it's just, I don't know. It adds to the immersion, as they say, because you know you're the one who's voicing the character, so they don't want to put words in your mouth. But it's just bullshit. Especially since JRPGs are basically very. It's not like CRPGs that are a lot more kind of open. Like, JRPGs are very. It's like reading a book, right? It's kind of like a pre-created story that you're kind of along for the ride almost. With obviously some interactivity. Western RPGs are a lot more like, hey, you create your path the way you see it, kind of thing, and the protagonist the way you see it. But usually Western RPGs, you choose the dialogue options, so you have dialogue with characters, and then you choose like, all right, how do you want to reply? Right, it's just a lot more. Well, that makes a lot more sense. These ones, he just stands there and doesn't do anything. Chrono's also the worst character, yeah. That's the thing, yeah. Chrono, like, you could just dump him out of the party and just have, like, a party of actual, like, good characters, right? Chrono's just there. Because he's the implied protagonist, therefore, you know, he is. That's the problem too, is they often don't really give the protagonist like a whole lot of backstory almost. Like, I mean, there's obviously some, but they're a lot more like they're a lot more of a closed book compared to the other characters, because you know the characters, since they have a lot more personality, they have a lot more developed backstories. the protagonist is always like this mysterious backstory, and which just gets revealed slowly, and usually just a big information dump near the end. Poor Chrono. Let's go rest at the inn. Never mind. The inn's too far here. Go. Equip that. Equip that. Save that. Right. This one, yeah. The world's just kind of exploding. You get like Pangea going on because like the different continents are being like crushed together because of earthquakes and stuff. So let's magnify the power of the wind. Use caution when approaching the Ares Rock. Probably going to have to use Whirlwind a lot here, so probably going to need to equip it. It's directional too. My condolences to that bad place. Yeah, the dungeons in this one are especially puzzly. And use a mimic, because like this chest is in too obvious a position. Direct mimic. Lucky metal. Lucky hands. That's what they should call the new Wild Arms Kickstarter thing. Wacky Hands, the game. wacky, wild, inflatable arm tube men in the game. It's already a big ass dungeon. Okay, seems to be just a way back. Oh god, yeah, once you get to the second disc of Wild Arms 2, it gets extremely WTF. Just gets worse and worse the further into that game you get. Whee! Such an exciting dungeon. As far as it goes. 1% of the dungeon. Yeah, I'm feeling it's gonna be a long one. Sheba's getting wrecked, yeah. Seems like they really want to chew her face off for some reason. Yeah, no kidding, right? The only problem is it'd be kind of rough saving like middle of the dungeon. You're like, you come back and like, what the hell did I do last stream? Where am I supposed to go now? I get to boost my PP. Let's give some to Jenna. It's really stretched out pre-rendered 3D sprites. I don't know. There's a cuteness to like the Camelot style of the 3D sprites. They're very anime. Can you move these rocks? No. That's the entrance, right? Yeah. I do like sparks, yes. Ooh, I smoke on. So much backtracking. Well, I mean, it's because their special effects are going off. Can add some particle effects. Else it just gets boring. Why is this a thing? Bye. Yeah, that would have sucked. Of course they do. Once you leave this place, everybody has to put the sand back. Weird machine. Thought that would like knock me off or something. It's like, let's try it for science. Guess if you fall there, it just like boots you to the other path. We... Oh, 3 Versecta is fine. I played much worse isometric games. I played Lundra. One bad isometric games, play a Lundra. Or Landstalker, or Dark Savior. Definitely much, much worse. Guess we can't get that treasure until we come back with the ice ability. Hooray! Okay, scoop we already have. We went back to these places. I can take those off the list. Alright, so frost. Is this my place name of this place? It was like Airy Rock or whatever. This game needs a stamina meter. That'd be an amazing idea. You can like run for like 2 seconds and you gotta like wait. Your character starts flashing. You gotta wait. If you don't like go in time, then your character just like gets tired and you have to wait like 10 seconds. I just looted, yes. I just hope it doesn't come up with the fast forward anytime soon. I mean, it'll be a while before we get to it naturally, so. But if it comes with the fast forward, I'm sure people are gonna pick it just because it's jank. People love their jank. Yeah. That was rude. I say, these things hit us now? Of course they do. They didn't before, but now it's like let's make them traps now. Whee! I was wondering where the other path went. I guess it would have just been a dead end anyways. Yeah, this place seems to be outliving its welcome at this point. Probably have to be like right in front of it to do anything, right? Guess we got a mirror area. How do I... I'm sure it'll be a while. At least we don't have like a super huge encounter rate where, you know, every 2 steps we're getting an encounter. I don't mind puzzles. Puzzles are good. Whee! This is content. Not everybody's a fan of puzzles, but there's definitely much worse dungeons out there in games, so I'm fine with it. "20 floors." All the Tales games have like long bonus dungeons though. How do we get to the middle? Oh, move. Now we go back down. Have to go all the way around because we can't just jump down over here because that'd be too easy. Or can we just like, I don't know, let go right here? just let go. Exactly, I played a lot worse jank. Trust me. much worse jank. This is nothing. Exactly. Metaboss was definitely much worse jank. Really hoping I don't have to go to the right side now again. I'm gonna have to, aren't I? There's gonna be like a treasure chest there or something. Oh yeah, it's not as good. I knew it. God damn it. I'll get there and it'll be a damn herb. Hit the... Thank you. And they could at least have given me like some sort of, you know, quick drop down, which then puts me on the other path instead of having to walk all the way back again. Fujin shield. Just need Raijin shield now. Yeah, exactly, right? But no, they had to make you run all the way back multiple times. Like, that would have made it too easy. I mean, they did it so that once you dropped it over, you had to go back to the other place, but I mean, once you get rid of the mirage thing, I mean, there's no reason why they can't just give you a quick path down after you get to the treasure chest, right? Like, just a quick change in design would made it so that you could get to the treasure chest and drop back down to the other path, but now you have to go literally all the way back again to get back on the right path again. So here's another 5 minutes wasted. So that part is definitely padding. I'll definitely agree on that part. It's completely unnecessary. Just like a quick drop here or something like that would have made it infinitely better. Or being able to like drop down from here. You know what I mean? Like, but no, you gotta go through this whole path thing. You gotta go all the way over here and then drop down, and then like drop down over here, go all the way over here, and then back up. Single room. You haven't really done any of the post-game stuff for Battle Networks. Because, Feel like a potential boss fight coming up here. Oh, backtracking is cheap. You don't have to draw new areas or anything. It doesn't use up any RAM. Oh, it looks like you should be able to jump that gap. Like, is there any treasure that direction? Second player to unlock hard mode. It's weird when they do stuff like that. Like, why would you need to do that, to unlock hard mode? That just seems unnecessary. That doesn't do me any good. Colored dots. Red, blue, and yellow. Sephiroth. Hi, Win. Thanks so much for the 18 months of awesome support. Golden Sun is so good. It is. This dungeon, though, I don't know. This dungeon seems very convoluted. Never a fun thing. Can I pluck things out of the ground? Oops. Can do the reverse of pound. Gonna unpound things. Gotta send world one first, don't I? Well, there's no way I can jump from here to here. Since these things can't go past these little tiny rocks on the ground. And I can't unpound these things. You already beat the game. Exactly. Maybe Tremor resets it. Let's see. Yeah, maybe actually we found these ones and those ones lift up. I bet you that's what it is. Okay, well this one we need to keep there. This one here we can pound down. Yeah, that's what I figured. Alright, there. Really? Double team DS. Yeah, that's right. That's gonna happen. Now we're good. Problem is now this thing is gonna block my wind. Now that we did that, now we got to put this thing back in place. Fucking hell. Why? Is there a way of just jumping? We gotta do this so we don't push that one back down. Oops. What a pain. These get you to think at least, so it's not like not really wasting your time. It gets the gray matter going. It was a good puzzle, I agree. Crap. There's one on this side too. Wait, how would I even... Ah. Can I move that rock? Maybe there's like one up here somewhere that goes all the way down. Oh yeah, that's what it is. Exactly. The isometric nature of it made it look like it was on the same level as this other one, but... I guess they don't hamper you with like really high encounter rates while you're doing it too, so... I'm not sure if they like disable encounters in that section. Because that'd be the worst thing, is you're trying to do a puzzle and you get a freaking encounter every like 5 seconds and then like, where the hell was I in the puzzle? Just gotta go back to wherever the hell this place was in order to jump over here. Alright, next. Missing a pillar here. Yep, this game loves its backtracking. Just because we need to milk this section for at least 1 more minute. Hey, new garden. It's going well. Lots of head-scratching puzzles in this area. Let's see, do I want to move this way? It's much like the Valkyrie profile composer. Or is it the same composer? Yep, gotta make sure you experience it forever. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, there's like so many different ways. I mean, there's gaps you can jump, there's things you could push one way or the other. I mean, sometimes it's easy to miss the obvious stuff. Like, I came in this room like, where am I supposed to go now? Oh yeah, I can just jump over this gap. You know, you suddenly forget the easy stuff. A lot of dudes. Overclocked. Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine in puzzle dungeons. It's not like you can't just save anywhere you want. So, you know, you can do a couple puzzles and then, like, leave and come back a few hours later kind of thing. It's not gonna hurt in any way. Again, the encounter rate is definitely not intrusive in any way, so encounter rate is surprisingly low. So the encounter rate is just to kind of balance out the puzzles a little bit, so you're not just purely doing puzzles. Reminds me a lot of Zelda. Revolution is not really a hard puzzle, it's more just a lot of fucking backtracking. Multiple times backtracking the same spot over and over. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. Something that they didn't need to do. They could have easily just have like one time less, like once you get the shield, since you friggin' did all those puzzles, just give you a quick trip back to the next, to like, you know, where you need to go, instead of having to backtrack all the way back again, all the way around again. Like, there's no need for that. Like, that was clearly padded on purpose. Whee! Of course, it doesn't help that I've been streaming for like 12 hours. My brain's like, alright, puzzle's hard. What did I end up doing exactly here? Just like move this back and forth. Oh wait, I gotta go here. Where am I going? Yeah, for some reason I just didn't, like, I blanked on like where I needed to go with the bridge. For some reason I thought I had to go like another path. I just saw the rope there. I was like, oh yeah. It's like right where it took the rope. See, the problem is, like, when you're here, it's not obvious the bridge is below you, right? You're like, okay, well... so it's not super obvious that that's a path. Yeah, which doesn't help when you're been streaming for 12 hours. Wow. Okay, I don't want to like just do half this dungeon and then like come back tomorrow, but man, at this rate, my brain's gonna go to sleep. Yeah, this probably isn't a super long game. Well, the first one took me like 30-ish hours, but I mean, a lot of that was just running around trying to find some of these djinns, especially in the overworld. Yeah. This thing's already in position, isn't it? To rotate it first. Gotta switch those around. I keep using the move thing first. Date mode. Go rotate your monitor. Heading this way? No. That's pointless. I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, New Guard. Should be streaming all day tomorrow. Crystals? Nothing special. Got a fancy looking crystal in the middle. Let's check the Synergy Stone. Everyone's PP was replenished. It's the replenishment thing. Unlimited PP. Yeah. Solo encounters in this place. I keep forgetting there's encounters. And then it's like, oh yeah, encounters. Alright, you have a great night too. Or a great day, I should say. Activate. Sound like spoopy. Okay, so this basically just activated all these statues, I guess. Shortcut. Wasn't that one activated? It looked like that one was activated last time. Like it was not gray anymore. It wasn't actually shooting out things, but definitely looked activated. It's like, where am I going? Every time. Time to backtrack. They are excited. Left for a vial. Wait, was that like literally the main prize for this whole area was like a vial? Similar to the red 2 last time. Weasel's Claw? What? Respectable dungeon, you take that back. Well, that's pointless. I don't know if I want to go back to the red one. I'm sure I've done everything I can in this area, right? Let's go back. Now that they're activated again, that was weird. Yeah, some of the music gets a little repetitive, but overall, not the worst. Yeah, it's okay. Not the right way. Watch the entire dungeon reset now because I left it. So I also need to go back down, probably that same room where the those little whirlwinds. I just remember I always got to access that from another direction, anyways. At least the monsters are super easy. Doesn't take you like 5 minutes per fight. So blue's a dead end. I pushed that one thing there, but other than that, there's not much I could do, right? Wait, I can't. For some reason I didn't think I could go that way. This one looks like it can move. Okay, we need to move it over here. Is that gonna be... Yeah, that should give us the treasure chest. Yeah, well, it's not like I need the health right now anyways, so not too concerned about it. Poor boss fight, though. Made it. Clarity circlet. Uses wind power. It makes more sense to give it to her because she's like the wind. But, you know, this one gives her way more defense. What is she using for hats right now? Oh yeah, the nurse thing. Okay, so we want to move it like here-ish. Any one of these three. It's like around here, give or take. Yep. Gotta love the checkpoints. Well, it's good to have a balance every once in a while. I don't mind like a long RPG as long as, you know, it keeps things fresh. If it's just like a repetitive, the same thing over and over and over, it's like a grindy thing, then yeah, that's kind of a slog. But, you know, if it feels different after the 80th hour than it did at the 70th hour or whatever, then I'm fine with that. Yeah, Metabots was just a slog for sure. Especially when you get to a point, well, it's like Final Fantasy II, right? Once I got the break and kind of leveled out to the point where it was basically destroying everything, it was just to slog in through the battles, like the high encounter rate, and every encounter just hit that break button. Just break. It just became a slog, right? But it's one of those things like, you know, I could have not done the break thing, but then I would have had to deal with, you know, 3-4 minute long fights every 5 seconds. Like, no thank you. So it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. So sometimes you just have to do what you can to keep yourself sane. Send a wind thing this way. I'm assuming I was supposed to do that. Yeah, the fights are just annoying, Metabots. Oh yeah, I had plenty of those like runaway things by the end of the game, but the combat is just a slog. If the fights were like, you know, 15-20 seconds long, sure, but when every fight was a good, you know, like 3-4 minutes minimum, like that's just too much. Oh, Golden Sun is great. Ow. He's laying a beat down there. What the hell? Yeah, you're not missing much. $666 gold coins. Let's see. What's the point of coming up here? We did an item hack of this game, oh yeah. Full virus game. Not threats. Let me guess, you may be tracked with some cookies or something. One of those stupid quote unquote threats. Go. Not gonna make it. Yep. I mean, they could easily test the waters by doing some sort of Golden Sun 1 and 2. Ignoring 3 because nobody wants that one. Remaster or something like that. On Switch, right? Hell, make it one of those bullshit limited run, like, only until the next fiscal year kind of cash grabs Nintendo likes to do. Not even remastered, it was like ported over. I mean, this is one of those games where visually, like, this could work on the Switch. You know, like, you don't need to do anything fancy. Just take the graphics. Like, these graphics age well. Sure, you could have higher resolution, you know, versions of these textures if you want, or these, you know, like, upscale them a little bit if you want, but even just keep the chunky pixels, I'm sure people enjoy the look. Like, you know, they could probably change the... Maybe I should, out of curiosity, what scalar, not scalar, what shader am I using right now? Because these graphics... Oh shit. Did the game just fucking freeze? Oh shit. Okay, good. That was scary there. These actual models, I don't think that... I don't think I'd like that. Let's see... Shaders... Yeah, right now we're using the Wii U shader. Let's say we load the GBA color. Yeah, so like this, like the graphics aren't as saturated. Use the GBA LCD characteristics, if you will. compared to, well, say if we unload the shader completely, so you can see how saturated the colors are. A little too bright. The Wii U shader, when I usually keep it on, which just gives it, you know, I find the pixels, like everything's a little more muted. I find that this is probably the best one. Yeah. Yeah, I find the Wii U shader is the best one. Because if you with the regular shader, it's just like everything's just too bright, right? Because especially the earlier GBA games, because of course the SP wasn't a thing. The graphics tend to be a lot brighter because, you know, backlights were the thing, so they made them kind of pop out more. But when you're playing on, like, you know, either the SP or, you know, other methods, everything's just way too bright. Yeah, exactly. Like which one is it? Which one was it that he has, like, the big ass, like, over that's what I'm looking for here. The not the overlay, but yeah, harmony of dissonance. Yeah, the outline. That's it. That's the word I'm looking for. Good. Yeah, so the big ass outline, right? I mean, that just is just big and massive. What is this they use here? This. Huh. Was I supposed to come here with an orb? Supposed to, like, went through this entire dungeon. Oh, it's just a fucking door. I'm like, what am I supposed to use on this thing? Well, that was like some sort of indent to put something into it. Why are these ones glowing? This could be another reveal thing. Yep. What's the name of this place? It's Ayers Rock still. Ayers Rock Dungeon, I guess. It's gonna be a long travel back once we find reveal just to come back here. Jeez, I don't know if this is gonna be worth it. I mean, it probably will be. It's probably a djinn or something. Harmony of Despair. Because I do have the advanced collection on PS5, and I have to check see if that outline thing is a thing in the Harmony of Dissonance port. Well then, one-way trip. The strange characters written on it. Wielder of Wind's might, lay your hands upon the stone. It will bestow upon thee the power to see the truth unclouded. Oh, okay, I guess we are getting revealed right now. Do you think I ought to touch it? Sheba touched the tablet. Yeah, that would suck. Well, I mean, I did unlock a lot of the like the backtrack. So I mean, I come back and wouldn't have to do a lot of the puzzles. Like I kind of push stones in the way, right? All right. Reveal. Oh my god, there's a stone in the middle. Psi crystal. God, this inventory. When we get our 4th character, so I have more inventory room. The only reason he's coming into the party is just because he's got more pockets. Yeah, I know, right? Use it every, like, 2 seconds, just in case. Sort of. You can definitely do things a little bit out of order, but then generally you're going to have something that requires the use of a certain ability. So you can't really go any further in that direction until you get the ability. There's definitely some more treasure here. There was that... I remember seeing like a tablet, like one of those, you know, special summon tablets. Where did I see that? Yeah, I know, right? This one seemed to be more of a puzzle dungeon, though, than necessarily a boss dungeon, so I'm fine with it. Exactly. The boss was the brain cells you burned along the way. Where's that tablet? We might have been behind something that required us to use Frozen or something. Did I find any spots like this? Yeah, like back in like the path up here, there's a place where we need to use Frozen, but didn't write anything down for the actual dungeon itself. Where did I see that tablet? I remember seeing it like in a... It was like a room below us kind of thing. I just don't remember exactly where. Star Ocean Valkyrie profile. And lead sync composer. Oh. Could have been another section here. It was fairly recently, I remember seeing it, so I'm thinking it's like this area somewhere, but oh, that sucks. Yeah, that doesn't help. That's why so many RPGs I kind of like never finished back in the day. One of those like you go away for like a month or two and play some other games and you just can't come back because you basically have to restart the game because you don't remember where the hell you were. Of course, gotta do the long ones. I just want to finish this dungeon before I call it night. Just there's like one tablet I saw, one of the summon tablets. I just don't remember where the hell I saw it. It's definitely like a room, kind of like off the beaten path. But I remember seeing it. It's like, oh yeah, tablet. I probably have to get that at some point, and I just. I don't think it was this far forward. I mean, maybe it was in just another area. Definitely wasn't this far forward, so. Yeah, later generations definitely helpful. Older generations, not so much. I need 4 hours to sleep. Who needs sleep? Pac-Man World. RPG time, the Legend of Right in an Arcade Paradise. RPG time, the Legend of Right. Is that actually an RPG? What a weird ass name. More importantly, does it have a physical release that I have to play at some point? Hand-drawn graphics. I mean, that could be bad or good. Hand-drawn doesn't necessarily mean good. Looks really good. That's cool. I'll have to add to the list at some point. Is it? Was in the red one? Well, the red one, we definitely went there first. Where the hell was that tablet? It might have been deep in the red one. Well, this one, this is all hand-drawn and then rendered on a computer. Then thrown into the game. Totally hand-drawn. There's definitely some hand drawing at some point. Run away! Why am I even fighting these things? It's just the exit. Where the hell is that? I mean, there's a lot of different types of hand-drawn stuff. I mean, you have pixel, you know, like actual good pixel art stuff, basically hand-drawn. And of course, you have stuff that looks like it's just literally drawings, but like digitized. Hell, anime is basically hand-drawn, right? Like a little before this, maybe. Hmm. Hey, Pananning. Welcome, readers. Welcome to me trying to figure out where something is in this big-ass dungeon. What were you playing today? Jimmy and the Pulsating Mass. That doesn't sound safe for Twitch. What was that game about? Yeah, this dungeon especially. This is basically a puzzle dungeon. I'm basically done the dungeon. There was a what the hell are they called? Like a tablet, like one of those extra summon tablets I remember seeing in a room somewhere. Like I don't remember where. Now that we got the reveal, just can't remember where the hell I saw that. Can't for the life of me find it. Earthbound inspired RPG Maker game? Oh yeah? Any good? Where was that tablet? Toilets in Wonderland? I mean, there's probably like a lot of really good RPG Maker games, but I'm sure there's a lot more bad games than there is good. So it'd be really hard to get your game found, if you will. This is frustrating. It sucks when you remember seeing something, you just don't remember where you've seen it, and more importantly, how to get back. On Black Moon Prophecy 1 and 2 in the Merry RPG. Back here. Where the hell did I see that thing? I swear like I've retraced all my steps in this damn dungeon. Oh, of course. It's probably the overwhelming majority of the content made for it. Okay, well, I can't find this damn thing. I'm just going around in circles. I know I saw one in here somewhere, but... ugh. So how games are so dull. Yeah, they're kind of blah. There it is. Okay, how the hell do I get here? Reveal? Is there something around here? It's further back than I thought it was. Nothing here. Okay, how do we get... we need a pillar. Windstone I have to like push this way, isn't there? Can I play any of the SAO games? Gun Gale Online, yeah. They just kept trying to keep it fresh by throwing really weird shit at it. I pretty much... I watched Gun Gale Online, but that's basically the last season I watched. Oh yeah, I mean, they're basically fan service series. I mean, that's simple as that. Like you're playing, they're basically like, if you're not a fan of the games, you're not gonna, or a fan of the series, you're not gonna be a fan of the games for sure. How do we get back here? Oh yeah, this thing. Oh yeah, that's right. This thing wasn't activated before. That's why we couldn't do this before. Now we can. Oops. There we go. keep gonna move on here anymore. Not for long, Banes. I was trying to get one last thing in this dungeon before heading out. Finally found it. I couldn't remember where I remember seeing this stupid thing before, but I couldn't remember where. Hey, Luke. Some flora. Let me guess. 2 Jupiter and 1 Venus. Jeez. Let's try it out. Which one's Jupiter? Venus is the Earth ones, right? Which one's Jupiter? Is that the air or the water? It's wind. Let's try the next battle. There's Neptune. Oh, it doesn't say here. I just need an encounter. Come on, game. Now's the time to give me an encounter. Thank you. Laura, the Windrider, goddess of flowers. Why do I have to make the slowest one do it? Fancy. Yeah, I could just like escape the dungeon now. Why am I trying to walk back out? Alright, teleport. Egress. Let's go. Never look back. You hate isekai, then you hate SAO games and anime? Yeah, pretty much. Well, not about anime. But I mean, yeah, the SAO anime, yeah. Like, why am I still in the dungeon? Can we, like, retreat outside of this area? Thank God. Alright. Let's get back to town so I don't forget where the hell is going here. So a couple places we need to visit or reveal, which is not tonight, obviously. Okay, go back to the Magic Catacombs, Alhofro Caverns. Probably other places too, but those are the 2 I wrote down. Yeah, Isekai is one of those things like, you know, obviously a couple of things started doing it and everything started doing it. Now it's just too much of it. And some of it is good, but there's a lot of bad too. Alright, so yeah, so we'll stop the timer there. Oh man, 13 hours stream. Made a good dent in the game at least. I mean, not really. I mean, looking at the map, we've only visited this part of the map. So, like, a fairly small chunk. Is that even... That's probably not even a quarter of the game. So, have, like, this half of the... Well, it might be, like, more like a third of this area left. We have, like, this area here. We got, like, this entire area. I mean, this is where we're going next. Going to, like, Africa or whatever. Right now we're in Australia. We go to Africa. Go back to Madagascar. I don't know. It's a good-sized game, yeah. Definitely not going to be a two-stream game anyways. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, around noonish or so, and we shall continue there. So let's see who's online here we can host up. We got Sharpie on playing some of his Game Gear after guard. Not sure how much longer he's going to be on, but we'll raid him up. We'll go from there. In the meantime, though, thanks everybody for watching. Hope you enjoyed some fantastic Golden Sun goodness. And I shall catch you tomorrow for more of this. So, have a great night, everybody. I'll see y'all next time. Bye for now.